I'm up. Long one. I'm just gonna kick the bobos. The last live I did, I kind of wilded out. I'm waiting on that to fully upload so I can edit the end part out. And I'm just gonna wild out tonight. I don't think I'm gonna say nothing too crazy. I don't feel like editing it, so I'll keep it a little bit legitimate. Who's up? Who's up? Who's up? I'm representing the rack. Rep your city, rep your city. Who's up? I'm representing the rack. Oh, yeah. I'm just kicking the bobos tonight. And I'll end this live, who knows how many hours from now, and I'll go and get back up on the news and find out what's going on with the war. This is your channel to keep up with what's going on in the war. I'm not doing a subject matter now. I'm just doing just talking. If you got questions, things like that, it's a good time to hit me on. Hit me in the chat if you got something you want to discuss. Hit me in the chat. I've been working out a lot. Eating exceptionally well to build this muscle. I'm thinking about having a drink. I'm thinking about drinking some of this. Woo. I'm thinking about taking a couple sips of this ginger rye. I haven't had a drink. Who remembers the last time I had a drink? Because I did it on live. Ooh. I don't know when the last time I had a drink. It's been a long time. I think I might take a couple sips of this ginger rye. This is some rye liquor with ginger. So it'll be a little medicinal. It's too strong, so I ain't going to drink too much of it. What's going on? What's popping? I'm just over here kicking the bobos, representing the shy. You know what it is. What's going on out there in the internet world? I didn't really get to check out too much on the internet world today. I've been watching the war mostly. And I might as well stay up a couple hours, let the video I just did finish uploading, cut the end of it out, and put that back up. I cannot stand, I don't like censorship. Sometimes I have to wow out. I can't stand censorship. I'll be so glad when they have like YouTube, no censorship, like some kind of way we can have a special YouTube with no censorship. Let me see. Is there a way we can say whatever we want on YouTube without censor? No. Speech on the platform is technically limited by strictly enforced community guidelines. There is no way to say whatever you want without risk of censorship. Content, the videos, core safety policies such as those regarding hate speech, harassment, graphic, violence, will be removed regardless of context. I understand that though. You don't want to be on there talking about unaliving and stuff with God. I mean, there's got to be a neutral spot there. Yeah, I agree. You don't want to be sitting on here talking about unaliving people and all that, and you know. But can they just open it up some? You never know what you can say and what you can't say, how far you could go. You know what I'm saying? Come on in, come on in. Anybody got some questions? I'm just doing my thing. I'm just kicking the bobos. Who know what kicking the bobos is? Kicking the bobos is when you're sitting around the guys and you just talking about anything in general. Mind your business. That's how old I am. All right, here we go. Another. Yeah, let me get this weirdo out of here. They're always on the same type of thing over there. You know, these channels, they need to fix this. Yeah. It's almost not even worth going on Kick and Twitch until they do something about the trolling. They got no control over their trolling. They ain't never going nowhere with all those trolls. Pharaoh, what's your suggestion for someone trying to get their bread up for retirement in their 40s and 50s? If they spent their 20s and 30s ripping and running and partying with no saving or investment. It doesn't really take long to get your bread up, but the key is what means are you going to do to get it up? What are you going to do to get it up? First, how much money do you make? And if you make money and you pay all your bills, how much do you have left over after you pay all your bills? So, Jigga, when you go to work, if you get paid every 2 weeks, when you get paid and you pay all your bills, when you pay all your bills for the month out of both of your checks, how much money do you have left over? If you just buy food, pay your bills, go to work, buy food, pay your bills, out of the money you make, how much money can you save every month? Yeah, I seen Ruger win the fight. He got to get in shape. He's a little fat, but he looked good. The other guy couldn't fight at all. I don't know why he even got out there. I don't even know why he got out there. But I seen him, you know. Ruger was already looked pretty good. You know what I'm saying? He just got to lose some weight. You can have a stroke out there like that. You know, you can have a heart attack or a stroke not taking care of yourself like that and being Ruger's kind of fat, if you ask me. It ain't healthy to be out there just doing that like that. Like, I don't think they understand. You got to get somewhat in shape. You got to get somewhat in shape. That's not safe to be totally out of shape, and get out there and fight like that and drive your heart rate up like that when your heart rate is not used to doing that. Your heart has to get used to doing that. You must have a heart attack. I don't think, you know, that looked like something Adam 22 put together. I don't like Adam 22, but I mean, I'm 68. If the bag right, I'll fight Adam 22. I'll knock his ass out. I would have beat both of them up. I would have beat Dude and Ruga up. They can't fight. The young generation can't fight. It's amazing. I'm damn 68. They can't fight. They don't weave. They don't stick and move. I'm like, what the hell kind of. I mean, it's not fair because we boxed for fun, so it's not fair. It's like for my generation, it's like riding a bike. Like we boxed all day. Like we boxed for fun. And the young generation don't do that. My sons, I got three sons, they didn't box for fun. That generation. We boxed for fun, like riding a bike. And it's like when you do something like that as your child a lot, it just never goes away. Like my head movement, my weaves and stuff. You know what I mean? But we didn't fight. We boxed, Jigga. We boxed. My generation, we didn't fight. We didn't fight that much. We didn't fight. Fighting was only up to about at the most seventh grade. We didn't fight much, but we boxed for fun. We boxed for recreation. We didn't fight much in my generation. We didn't fight much. We were very mature, and we didn't fight. We didn't fight that much. You hardly ever seen a fight like that in my generation. We didn't fight like that. We boxed for fun, though. We slap boxed for fun all day. We slap boxed, but we didn't fight. We didn't really fight like that. We learned how to fight from slap boxing. We didn't learn how to fight from fighting. But yeah, see, we didn't do all that stuff. We were probably the last. My generation. I'm born in 1958. I grew up through the 60s and the 70s. We are probably the most athletic group in Black history because our parents was down south, so we were still like that, and they worked hard. But we were the baby boomers, so there were more children to play with. So my sons and my children, they didn't get to run and rip like we did. We ran the most probably out of all generations because we're the first generations where they come from the South and come to the city. So we like country boys, country girls, but we outside. So we're running and ripping. You can imagine when it's a lot of children, right? The baby boom, it's a lot of children. So we're running, ripping. We're riding bikes, ride, baseball, basketball, all the time. That, from my generation, went down. Every year that went down more and more and more. So everything we was doing from 60 to like 72, that next group did less. So the boys younger than me didn't ride their bikes as much as we did. If you was 3 or 4 years younger than me, they didn't ride bikes like we did. They didn't play hard like we did. They didn't. So now you just had certain dudes who was athletic. Like these dudes could play baseball or these dudes could play football. When we was growing up, we played all of it and we played all day because it's the baby boomers. So they let you outside. The more children it is, the more athletic they're going to be. The more they're going to be running and ripping. The more, you can't play hide and go seek with just a 5 of y'all. Hide and go seek take 8, 9, 12. They didn't have 8 or 9 or 12, right? Jump rope. Well, if there's 10 girls out there, they jumping hella rope. If it's 3 girls out there, they're not jumping that much that long because, okay, let's say it's 4 girls. You turn the rope. Y'all gonna quit after a while. But if it's 10 girls, 2 jumping, 8, 2 turning, 8 gotta jump. 8 of them is jumping. So where the athletic programs more abundant, there was athletic programs, but we ran and ripped in life automatically. Like when I was a kid, we had a baseball team, not a little league team. All the blocks we played baseball, not little league. We didn't, not little league. Now some of us played little league. We didn't play little league. We played May Street against Aberdeen Street, just the kids. We all had our gloves. We had bases. We had bats. No program. The parks were packed. We played basketball, elimination, stuff like that on the basketball court. It's 15 people. That's why we had to play elimination, because it's 15, 17 people in the game. Play elimination. That's why you had to play elimination. We didn't play stickball and kickball that much. We played baseball, running bases like you on the sewer, I'm here, right? It's a man down there, right? You throw the ball. When I throw the ball to him, you got to run and beat it before he catch it and throw it back. Like the old school stuff. By the time y'all came, y'all wasn't doing none of that jigger. Like, nah, that was all gone. And y'all didn't have no kids. Y'all didn't have no kids. When I was growing up for Halloween, it's 40 kids on every block collecting candy. Every house giving out candy. That disappeared. That every year it got less and less till it just disappeared. By the time I got, we riding them swing bikes, we riding them bikes when I'm like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. By the time I got in high school, them next group, they wasn't doing that. By the time I got in high school going to block, it wasn't no boys riding no bikes like that. They wasn't riding the bikes. We used to say we had a motorcycle gang. That went away fast. That went away by the time I got in high school. The things we used to do when I was in the 5th grade, by the time I got in high school, that next group, gone. That quick. Because they ain't had no babies. You can't, the less babies, the less activity. And from that point, it was less babies, less babies, less babies, less activity. Lots of babies mean lots of activity. And I was the boom of the boomers. Yeah, it was nobody else. Yeah, because I had to take my son. I had to take my children to the alderman's office to get the damn candy. Hell, when I was a kid, Jigger, I used to go and we used to go and and trick or treat, and then you used to have to go dump your bucket out and go back. My mother used to have the kitchen table and the dining room table. I dump all my candy on the kitchen table. My sister dump all hers on the dining room table. We doing 4 buckets, those big Halloween buckets. We doing 4 buckets. Facts. Everybody's giving out candy. Christmas, everybody's got lights. Every house got Christmas lights. So that's why, as time went, remember, Toys R Us went out of business. Toys R Us went out of business because there wasn't no kids. What's your name? Burberry86. What kind of grown-ass man follows somebody they don't like? You talking about, I need to grow up. You need to get the female out your body. And you know, what kind of men follow somebody, click on somebody YouTube and watch them they're like? You talking about, I need to grow up. You need to defeminize, Burberry. You're actually watching me like that? Pause. Like, who raised you? What kind of grown-ass man looking at another grown-ass man that they don't like and try to tell a grown-ass man how to be a grown-ass man, what to do or whatever? You probably don't even raise your children. Go raise your children, bro. Don't try to raise me. Because I ain't grown up to that point. If you meet me, you'll find out. I ain't grown up like that. I'm just saying. Not like that. You definitely is immature. The difference between me and you, Burberry, I'll never click on your page and tell you nothing. I just wouldn't look at you because I'm a G. You too feminine. You know, you brothers, stop watching people you don't like and going in the chat, tell them you don't like them. Go watch some you like. You know, you got these weirdos. You're like a weirdo that turn on the baseball game and hate baseball. You know, that's Burberry goofy ass. He'll go home. He'll turn on the baseball game. Man, baseball is horrible. I can't believe baseball is like this, instead of watching something else. This man watching me, telling me why I don't grow up, and he watching me. Crazy. Grow up, what the hell that mean? I'm a vegan. I don't grow up like that. I don't get old and decrepit like your parents. Your daddy had to grow up because he was old. He couldn't move around no more. He was tore up from the floor up and made your mother want to throw up. So he couldn't function like Pharaoh. I take care of myself. So that's why I don't act, I'm older, mature, and older. I don't do all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm on dummy. But yeah, anybody got some more questions? What y'all doing, Boys Out Back there? What is Boys Out Back? Yeah, we had bands. We had a bunch of bands right on my block. We had Jay Hawkins. We had bands right on the block. We used to go in the alley and listen to the bands. Yeah, we had bands right on the block. We had a band lived right behind me, my neighbors. They used to cut through their yard. They lived right behind me. Real talk. I had a band on the radio live right behind. We go in the back in the alley and listen to them. There they go. They're 8 minutes. You see the girl down at the bottom on your right with the afro? Okay, you see a little boy in the middle? He's a year younger than me. He's my sister's age. So I was a little like him, like a year under. And that's his big sister on the right. And I had a crush on her, boy. But I was a little boy. But it was something. I seen something. I don't know what I seen, But I seen something. I was too little to know what I liked, but I know I liked what I see. Man, I was in love with that girl. Where you could get a tam for your dreads. You all you got to do is go on Amazon and search tam. But where you live at? What city you live in? What city? What city you live in? Because when it comes to tams for the dreads, the way we used to get tams is the queens used to make them for us. I don't know where you would order them nowadays. We used to get them from Nicholas Novelty in New York. They might have them. You know what I'm saying? But nowadays, you just search it. See? All you got to do is search roster towns, bro. Search roster towns. Look. All you got to do is search roster towns. That's it. And then you go to shopping. Bam. And order. There you go. Any kind you get. They overcharge you for some of them, but here you go. You can get them on Amazon. Just go to Amazon, search roster towns. Look, here goes some $20, $21. Here you go. All you gotta do is search. Google search. Do I think hip hop got something to do with the decline bands? No, you can't have no bands if you don't got no babies. You don't got no babies. Bands take a lot of people. If you don't got no babies, if you're on the block and on 2 blocks, you got almost 50 children. Out of them 50 children, you got enough people to find 5 people. But if you only got 10 people, what's the odds that out of those 10, 5 of them are going to play instruments? So the more children you have, the more are going to be most likely to play instruments. Hey, Burberry, stop watching me, man, and become masculine. Get some masculinity. You know what I'm saying? You're too feminine. I don't like men watching me like that and complaining and want me to be like that. I like women, bro. I don't like men. You're making me uncomfortable talking about you want me to be so you like me. You want me to make you happy. I don't like men, bro. I'm heterosexual. I don't know why you want me to please you. I don't know why you want me to be the kind of man you want me to be. Pause. You know what I'm saying? Towns like I got hanging up in the background. They on the rack. What you mean? Like leather? I don't got no towns in the background. Are you? You got, Jigga, you got to just have a lot of people. And then the music changed. The reason hip hop took over is because the bands fell apart. And what they start realizing is if you got drive, you could rap and you ain't got to wait on 10 dudes. The bands fell apart because you got to wait on everybody. And then brothers found out, I don't got to wait on no band or nothing. Put a beat on and I can go be successful. I could be successful without waiting on everybody else. So that's what made hip hop take over. The first thing happened is everybody went solo. Remember? There was no more Commodores, right? Dude went solo. Once, twice, 3 times later, he went solo. Why? Everybody got tired of waiting on the band. Those are leather, but those custom made. You know what I'm saying? These custom. Somebody made these for me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm a boss. These is made. Okay. He made me two of these, but I didn't like them because I wanted the collapsible kind. And he was a knucklehead. I ain't sending nobody to him. I sent him the crown. I said I want the collapsible one. Got the pleats, bro. I wanted the collapsible. I didn't want this like this. And I sent him my jacket, and he took from my army jacket because it was gonna match my outfit fit for my music video. This fool went and made it where it stand up like this. I didn't want it. I wanted the collapsible one. I wanted it like this. I wanted it collapsible. And I sent them pictures and everything. I wanted it collapsible. I don't like it sticking up like this. I'll wear it sometime, but I prefer this so it could be flat. I don't know. I gotta check. Make them like this. I don't know. Cause I got this from Lion of Judah. You know, this was back this is back when the work was look. This was back. Look at it. Boom. Look at that. Ross Craft. You know, this is when the work. I don't know nowadays. This even got the lion on the button. This even got the lion standing up like on a crown. You know, nowadays I don't know. Man, that fool messed my hat up though, man. You know what I'm saying? Messed my crown up, man. Messed my crown up. Sure did. And I like them like this. I like them so they could be round like that, not way up like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know where I got this from, but you can still find these. As far as them custom made crowns, uh, you go on Instagram. There's a brother on Instagram that make them. You know, I like the ones that's more with the pleats. I like the pleats in them. You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna get one to stand up, I like to get the. You know what I'm saying? These the ones I wear if I want to stand up. They got to be the round top, right? They got to be the round top for the stand up ones. You know what I'm saying? This one, oh, I need to go get it like polished. I need to go get it polished and a new lining. The lining came out of it. So if I'm gonna wear a stand up, it got to be round, like the ones they wear in England. The Ross wear in England. I don't want the flat one. You know what I'm saying? That's too much. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's too much. It's cool though. I got a bunch of them, and I got this one. He did it. He did a good job on this one because it ain't so tall. See, it's shorter. It's standing up, but it ain't so tall. You know what I'm saying? So I like this one. This is my RBGG one. Red, red, black, gold, and green. Red for the blood, black for the people, green for the gold, and I forgot what the other green was for. Red, black, gold, and green. RBGG. green for the land, and the other gold was for the green for the land, and the gold. I think the gold was for the wealth. I think red for the blood, black for the people, green for the land, and gold for the wealth. Gold represent the money. Know what I'm saying? I'm from Chicago. Why? But stop trolling me. Yeah, gold for the riches. Know what I'm saying? I got a whole gang of them up there. Um, I gotta find me another somebody. I need to soft. I like the soft leather. I like the soft. I like the soft leather that lay down. You know what I'm saying? That was my organization I was starting, RBGG, but the pandemic came. But let me drink some of this rye liquor. This is rye and ginger. So I'm gonna drink this. I haven't eaten today. Well, I did, but earlier. But this is medicinal though. Look, it ain't hardly none gone. I had it all the time strong. Ooh. This is some serious medicine right here. I didn't like Queen. Peter Frampton, wasn't he from the Who? What group he was with? Yeah, I didn't like them. That was the later. Those were the later. I didn't like those groups. I'd go to the old school groups: Deep Purple, Black Sabbath, Blue Oyster Cult, Traffic, the Jazz Fusion, Stanley Clarke, Billy Cobham, Chick Corea, Return to Forever, right? Chick Corea, Return to Forever, right? Like a jazz fusion. I think he had Billy Cobham, Stanley Clarke. He had Stanley Clarke. Stanley Clarke co-produced this. And Chick Corea. What y'all know about Chick Corea? So I was into the jazz fusion type of rock. Look, I just put it. Look, this is the bar case. So you can tell I was just playing records, sticking it back at every. This is the bar case cover. I mean, sleeve. Chick Corea and Return to Forever. Oh, there they go. Stanley Clarke. There goes Stanley Clarke, one of the best bass forever. There go Chick Corea. Who is this? This is I think that's Al Dimioli. I think he's the violin. I think Al played. And then this is who is I forgot who this is. Al Dimioli. Oh, this is Lenny White. This is Lenny White. This is Lenny White. Lenny White was in what group? This is Lenny White, the black guy. That's Lenny White. Lenny White played with an R&B group. Who he used to play with? Yeah, you know, I went to a Lutheran school, but then I was black, and then my OGs went there, and they was in their jazz, and so I just went to see I went to see everybody. I went to see everybody from jazz fusion to rock and stuff. But the new rock, you know, I graduated from high school in 1976. So rock after that, I wasn't really dealing with it. I stopped dealing with rock in like 1976 because I had became a DJ, right? I started DJing my own parties. I was going to watch Ernie Green, who was the biggest DJ in Chicago, DJ at these parties. I was like 24 and older, but I would be like 19 and they would let me in sometime, right? So then I started DJing. So when I started DJing parties, right, that's a job. So now I can't buy all that jazz and stuff, right? I gotta buy the records for the party. So my whole rock and jazz and stuff was high school. Once I got out of high school, I became a businessman. And so most of these records, my girlfriend, her brother, he had all of the disco and R&B records. Tony, rest in peace of Tony. I think he passed away. And so I had her go write down all her brother's records. So I had a list. And then I used to go to Rolling Stone Records downtown where they would have records on sale. So if the record was an old album and nobody bought it, it would be on sale, but it would still be brand new it would be brand new, but it was on sale. So I went and bought all the records. So these are mostly from DJing parties. So I started DJing parties. And when I was DJing parties, my dad was like, boy, you spending all that money for records. And 2 years later, he told my mom, boy, that boy's smart. Because I was making money 18, 19 years old. I was DJing grown parties. And so that's why a majority of these records are going to be R&B. Your old bird. See, you from old school because nobody say old bird no more. She graduated in 1975. So your mother is like my OG. She would be one of the women that was older than me. When I was a freshman, she a sophomore. So she definitely from my era. And when your mother was in school, one of the biggest records, if she's still alive, ask her. One of the biggest records when your mother was in school was For the Love of Money, People in there. Yeah, that was big. Doom, 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 doom. The way it was mixed and everything, man, people went crazy. I think after OJ's Money was like one of the biggest high school songs when she was in high school. Ask her, she's going to be like, you ain't lying. When that came out, man, high school kids went crazy. That's one of the biggest songs of that era in high school. The OJ's Money. If you had pom pom girls, they was dancing on that bad boy. The biggest listening song for a group was dum 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 dum. Isaac Hayes, because you're my joy, you're everything to me. Big. Boom, 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 doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom, doom. Yeah, that's that. But I end up DJing. When you get towards the end of that, I became a DJ. So all these records I was making money. I was making money with these records. I was making money as a shorty DJing, adult parties and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like button, share, subscribe. Ask some questions. We kicking the bobos tonight. We are kicking the bobos. Anybody got some questions? Lenny White ended up playing with some bands. Let me see what bands. Oh, his biggest band was Return to Forever. Wow. Well, I didn't know that. I thought he was with some other people. I thought he played with, well, he might not have been in the band. He's featured on records. So he wasn't in the band. So he's featured on records with like Billy Cobham, Stanley Clarke Wright, but he wasn't in the band. The only band he was in, right? They don't know old bird is what we used to call our mothers. Our mothers, we used to be like, man, I'm going to go ask my old bird. Then it became my old girl. But old bird is what we used to call our mothers. Man, go ask your old bird if you could go, wah. Old bird and my old man tripping. Yeah, I got all that because I had to do parties. So I got all of that. I had to buy like that whole selection. You understand? Like in order to do parties and to be at that level, like you got to get the whole catalog, right? So in order to be really a really good DJ back then, right, you had to have the entire catalog, right? So you had to have this Ohio players, this Ohio players, this Ohio players, skin tight. You had to have that. You had to have fire. If you didn't have this, you can't do a party. You had to have. If you didn't have skin tight, and you didn't have fire, and which one got roller coaster? Roller. Say what? Roller coaster. Which one got roller coaster? This one got fire. Where roller coaster? Then I got honey. One day, child, I ain't gonna have to listen to your lies. Oh, here we go. Roller coaster, roller. So back in those days, if they come to the party, then I think they started to fall off here for this one. The Jazzy Lady. And then Mr. Mean. Yeah, they started to fall off on these. And then Everybody Up. And then I think they did get a hit on Contradiction. And then they had, they was pretty much done after this one, Angel. On this one, they said this girl passed away because the honey blocked the pores in her skin and she couldn't breathe. So they said when they poured the honey all over her, they said she passed away. Now, we didn't have the internet. I never verified that, but that's what everybody back then I think this young lady passed away because the honey blocked her skin from breathing. That's what they said. All right. Of course, you know, you got the guys, you got to have the OJs, right? I got OJs. OJs. I'll never forget this record. This is a big record in my life. Family reunion. I was about 19, and a friend of mine parents was having a family reunion, and he said Michael could DJ. So Mr. and Mrs. Ridley hired me to DJ their family reunion. I'm a kid now. You know, my father's tripping because he said I was wasting money on my records, and now he's supporting the business because I'm getting paid, right? So I forgot what they paid me, maybe $200-300, which was a lot of money in the 70s. So I'm DJing this family reunion. Of course, I'm going to play a family reunion, right? So I get to the middle of the party, I put it on. A family reunion. Everybody's having a good time, right? Then the record say, if grandma was here, I know she'd be smiling from ear to ear. And everybody just start crying. This is my weirdest party. This record reminded me. Because it was a family reunion, I played this record. And when it get to the party, if grandma was here, I know she'd be smiling from ear to ear. But their grandma had just passed away. And they all start crying. I'm looking like the whole party started crying. You cannot make this up. I need a TV show. Somebody, 50 Cent, I need to holler at 50. 50, let me put together a TV show about Black American history. It'll be the biggest shit on TV. Everybody started crying. And they came to me and they was crying. They said, "You're the best DJ ever." And do you know, for another hour, I didn't get to play another record. I had to play this over. I didn't get to play another record. I had to keep playing. Oh, family reunion. Oh, family reunion. The rest of the party, they didn't want me to take it off because their grandma had just passed. I'm a kid. I'm wondering why everybody just started. Hey, Parliament Funkadelic. Yeah, I was the Funketeer. Yeah, I was a Funketeer. I got all their albums, but their albums is in my safety deposit box because George Clinton signed them all. So all my Parliament Funkadelic albums is in the bank in the safety deposit box because George signed them all. I got the Parlettes, I got the Bride of Funkadelic, I got Parliament, I got the Funkadelics, I got Bootsy, I got the Parlettes, I got Fred Wesley and the Horny Orange, I got Fuzzy Haskins. I'm missing some. I got them all. It's autographed by George Clinton. I'm getting ready to go get them authenticated, and I'll probably sell them. But before I sell them, I'm going to get them authenticated. But before I sell them, I think I'm going to contact George to see if he wants them. I got them authenticated. Because I was making rap music at the time down at Islands recording with Kevon. Kevon, if you watch it. And me and the rappers come and he said, "Pharaoh, man, could you do me a favor?" I'm like, "What?" He like, "Man, George Clinton and them is in town. And they wanted to make some changes on the record, man. They're going to be like 2 hours. And I'll take y'all next and I'll charge you half." I'm like, "Cool." So I'm sitting down in the studio, George and them in recording, and I think to myself, let me go get my albums. So I jumped, I ran the parkway, went into my Queens apartment, got all the George Clinton albums and went back. And after he got through, I said, George, would you sign my albums? He said, yeah. So George sat right there next to me, right here. And I put out that bunch of all these albums. Parliament Funkadelic and all the Brides of Funkenstein, Fred Wesley and the Orny Horns, everybody. So I gave him to George. So George took the first one, he signed it. But he was looking at it. Then he took the next one and signed it. But it took him forever to sign them all because he was flabbergasted. He was looking. He was like, I don't even have all of these. That's what he told me. Chicago house, by that time I was a Rasta man. You know what I'm saying? And the house music was for homosexuals originally. So we had a club called Club Dread here. And on the other side was a club called, because house parties were set up by gay white males from New York, and they set up house music for the gay, that was for gay people. A lot of people don't know that. So the homosexual community from New York had to create somewhere for them to go party. So they created house. What was the name of that club? It's gonna come to me. So Club Dread was over here with the reggae, and across there on the other side, right there off of Halsted, was the house music. But that was for gays originally. House music was for gays. It was somewhere where they could be free without discrimination. And my engineer, when I was making music, my engineer, Ron Gresham, recorded the first house record at Trax Music Studio with Frankie Knuckles in them. Frankie Knuckles, the house legend. My engineer recorded that first record for him. But yeah, that was for the gay community, for them to have somewhere to party. Gay men mostly. It wasn't that many gay women yet. So house music was for gay men. Yeah. So I didn't go over there because it was for all gay men in there. I was at the reggae club. That's no diss. That's just fact. That's history. That's history. That's LGBTQ history. They would love me for telling that. House music was created for the LGBTQ community to have somewhere to go party. Shout out to Frankie Knuckles. Rest in peace to Frankie. Yep. So I'm older than you. So by the time you came, it wasn't for that. By the time you came, everybody was gone. But originally, only gay men was in there and a few lesbians. And the original house party was for gay men. Facts. Anybody tell you, the gay people will tell you, Pharaoh's 100% correct. And the name of that club was, well, we had the Dungeon. No, it wasn't a dungeon. What was the name of that club? Man, it was right across from Club Dread. You had Club Dread right off the highway, right there. Club Dread. You got Halsted right here, and across the street you had, I don't want to say the Dungeon, but I don't think it was the Dungeon. It might have been the Dungeon. I think it was called the Dungeon. So all the rosters on this side of the street and over there. Well, it's really not a street. It's like when you get off the freeway, it's like a street. And then on this side, you know how you turn and then it's a small street and everybody park on the side of the main street. And then on the other side, you could turn and there's a small street there. So it's really like three streets where you get off the freeway. And the small streets was in front of the clubs. And the big street is where you get in off the freeway. And Halsted was the cross street. And the club over there, that was the gay club. House music was for homosexuals. Yeah. And they really wasn't doing that well in New York, but they blew up in Chicago. Chicago was big for the gay community. That's why we got Boys Town. We have a whole gay street, North Halsted. From Belmont north is Boys Town. And even the police station down there got a lot of gay officers and shit. That's down there where Chicago Diner, where the vegan restaurant Chicago Diner, a lot of them is gay. You know what I'm saying? But that's the younger generation. See, I'm older than that. So by the time house music took off, shit, I was in Hawaii. Reggae, because reggae took off. Reggae was the biggest music when house took off. So I was doing reggae. When house took off, reggae was the biggest music in the world. Reggae was bigger than R&B, soul, rap, all of that. Facts. By the time you get to the 80s, reggae was the biggest music. That's why BET had Caribbean rhythms, right? Even BET had to put reggae on them. So in the 80s, reggae was the biggest music in the world. That's a fact. Right after Bob Marley passed away, reggae got bigger. It's like reggae got a big kick, big boom when he passed away. It wasn't that big when he was alive. It was getting there because Stevie Wonder was helping. We're jamming it, they was trying to get it there. But it didn't get there until Bob passed away. And when Bob passed away, man, Burning Spears, Steel Pulse, Black Uhuru and them, they took off. And that was the biggest music. And that's when Black Americans was at the reggae club. Everybody was at the reggae club. We ended up with 3 reggae clubs in Chicago on the north side. We had the Wild Hair, which was the original one. Across the street, we had the Exodus. And down at Biddy Mulligan's, they would have live reggae shows. Sometimes be 3 reggae events on Clark Street, right across from Wrigley Field where the Cubs play. And I tried to get some rosters. I wanted to come out with a roster cab, and they wouldn't listen. I said, man, we need to get a roster cab company and have our cabs red, gold, and green, and have the little video there where the reggae videos play. Because when I used to do my concerts, I had like one of these little TV and I would play reggae videos, and I hooked my video player into the little screen and sit it on my table. And people would hear reggae. And I had a big speaker under my table when I would do reggae events. And people would hear the reggae, and then they would see the performers and go, oh, wow, that's so cute. And I have been sitting there. I don't tell them they got to find it. And there'd be a little screen like that sitting on my table with the music loud. So they hear the music, but then when they look like, oh, and I would have live reggae bands on my table while I sold my merchandise. Right by then, by the time Shabbat came, reggae was going down. Because that was bringing in dancehall. So they was going from reggae to dancehall, which is totally different. That's not technically reggae. So they got rid of the bands. They started doing the technical womp womp, womp 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 with Steely and Clevie and all along. But yeah, we used to be down there, and all the gay dudes would be. uh, over there. The first reggae song that Black Americans knew was "I Just Wanna Be Close to You and Do Everything You Want." That with Maxie Priest. He the first one to break through. Well, really, the first one to break through was Third World, because they was on Soul Train. Try Your Love. Try Your Love was really the first uh, reggae song to break through. Rest in peace to Cat. He just passed away. Yeah, rest in peace to Cat. Try Your Love was really the first one. You know what I'm saying? And for a foundation of Black America, unlike the Don Dada or all that. Real talk. Unlike the Don Dada of the whole scene for Black Americans. I'm a very strange and unique person and was fortunate to be in all of those different things. Let me give my man and them some love. They was cool. Third World was they was some cool brothers. Let me give them some shine. I dressed all the reggae stars when they came to Chicago because artists, a recording artist that perform got to be fresh. They're constantly on stage. And so when the brothers would stop through LA, they would shop with me so that when they hit the road, they be fresh. So that's how I made a lot of money. I dressed the big reggae artists. I kept them looking fresh. That's how I made a lot of money. I kept the reggae artists. As a recording artist, you gotta look the part. And that's how I made my money. I dressed the stars. I don't know why I can't find my picture of. It's too many pictures. I'll probably look it right past it. Of the brethren. Because the brethren just passed away. I want to give him his. I want to give him his respect. Boy, I'm telling you. Sometimes you look right at these pictures and don't see them. I'm looking right at these pictures and I don't see them. And I know I'm looking right past them. Too many pictures. There were some cool brothers though. But I dressed all them brethren. Where are the brethren? I don't even see the brethren, man. What the hell? Nope. Ain't that messed up? I don't even see them. I might have moved their picture because I remember showing their pictures with the medallions. But Third World was the first ones to really break reggae through, though. And of course, I don't know what I did with that picture. I didn't move this somewhere. Man, I didn't move this somewhere. I recently showed it, so I might have made a mistake and moved it. Yep, I moved it by mistake. I gotta go find it. Yep, I think I moved it by mistake. Ain't that nothing? I gotta go try to find the bridge. I don't know where I stuck them at. It get to a picture. It get to a point where you got so much pictures. You don't even know where they at. I got so much pictures, I don't know where they at. I don't even know where they at. Yeah, but I don't know. I can't find it. But they were some cool brothers, though. I used to dress all those brothers. And that's how they was able to go do those shows and look right. One of the hardest things about being a content creator is keeping up with all of these photos. It's so many pictures. And I just showed them, but I don't know where I moved the picture. So I can't find it. But rest in peace to those brothers, though. They was really some of the leaders. Third World was really the one put the reggae to Black Americans, though. They sure was. Anybody got any more questions? Did you get to meet Tom Loke and Young MC? No. Dealing with Def Jeff was an accident. So I accidentally met Def Jeff. I was selling those medallions. I was selling these medallions, and I had every different kind. And some dancers that dance with Def Jeff made medallions. So I would go by their crib and buy like 5 dozen, 3 dozen. And one day I was at USC selling my stuff at some kind of Black economic summit. And the brothers was there. And they came to my booth and they said, "What's up, Ramesses? Let us wear a lot of this stuff in the video. We in the Def Jeff shooting this video out here." So I gave a bunch of stuff. And they went and wore it in the video because back then you had to look hip hop, right? This is like the mid, almost the late 80s, like 87. So they beginning to have that Afrocentric look, KRS-One, all that. So they took all my stuff and they went over there and wore it through the video, and they came back and said, "Def Jeff say he wants you in the video." So I went, let my queen watch the booth. Do I have any of that merchandise for back then? No, no, because I switched to I so oh no, because when I came to Chicago, got married. I eventually got married to a queen. Well, I got married, and then she got sick. That something happened with that, so I ended up getting married again. And I gave my middle daughter's mother all my reggae items. So I gave her my whole booth so she could go out and make some money. So she had everything. And then I think the house ended up like getting burned down or catch on fire where she was living. But she had all my reggae booth because she was using that to take care of my daughter. That was my child support. I gave her thousands of dollars basically. I was like, here, go get your money. So I gave her that whole booth. And then I created a ganja booth. So I created a marijuana booth with all marijuana merchandise. And I gave her the whole reggae merchandise. And I think when our house caught on fire, she lost all that stuff. I gave it to my queen, and she was doing all the events I used to do. Because she could go out there and make $3 grand, $5 grand, $2 grand. You know what I mean? She went up to Canada, and then I think somebody broke in the house, burnt the house down or something. A little boy she kept letting hang around there, and he stole her key. And I had told her stop letting that boy come around there. But once you break up with a queen and they don't listen, hey man, that's what you get in Cracker Jack. But I gave her that whole booth. You know what I'm saying? Because she had my son from his mother, because his mother was not able to take care of him. And she had my middle daughter. So she had my youngest son and my middle daughter. So I let her get some money. I gave her that. She was making 4,000, 3,000, 2,000. She was making money. I just gave her the booth. I was in the music business, so I wasn't doing that no more. I had stepped my game up, and I was in the music business. I was selling music on TV shows and shit. So I went into the rap music business. So I gave her that business. And then I was in the rap music business, and they was making 420 music about cannabis. So I created a cannabis booth. Mine's black people was making. I had black women making them, black brothers making them. So back then I was in LA. So in LA, the brothers and sisters was making Easy E's merchandise. They was making the medallions and all that. So what I do is find 5 or 6 different black people making them. I go buy 4 dozen from them, 4 dozen from them, 4 dozen from them. So I got a variety, and then I could custom make it. So I made a lot of money with the medallions because the one sister I went to her, I was working at where they shoot the Jimmy Kimmel show. That was called like Hollywood Live or something back there. And I used to sell medallions in the basement because they had reggae in the basement. They had hip hop dance in the middle. And then upstairs they had like jazz and stuff. They had 3 different music full of black people in a big building where Jimmy Kimmel filmed Hollywood Live. So I was selling medallions downstairs, but all the different floors would come down there. So all the brothers and sisters would come downstairs. So I came up with this idea with the red, black, and green Africa because everybody wanted the Africa. So I went to the brothers and sisters and said, make my red, black, and green Africa, but on a red medallion and a blue medallion. So I had the blue ones with the red, black, and green Africa. I had the red ones. I was a real super hustler. So when they came downstairs, all the Crips and Bloods, I had them wearing Africas. Because they're like, cuz, he got the blue ones. I had the blue medallion with the red, black, and green Africa. I was, hey, listen, man. I had the red medallions. I'm the only, hey, anybody was in LA in the day will tell you, oh, Pharaoh really was that nigga. I had the Crip medallions and the blood medallions with the red, black, and green Africa. And the hat, I saw Bobby Brown manager the hat. You know the short leather hat? When the I sold them hats. So once I saw Bobby Brown the short roster hat, I would get the ones the regular brothers could wear without dread. Like the ones I showed y'all at the beginning, I had the short ones. That was good from Nicholas Novelty. As a matter of fact, help Nicholas Novelty because they're trying to close Nicholas Novelty down. Hold on, let me see if I can find that. Damn, I gotta support Nicholas Novelty. I don't know what I did with that. They trying to close Nicholas Novelty, but yeah, I had that, so I was selling those to the brothers. And the little leather hats like the Bobby Brown hats. So the Crips and the Bloods, they had them big ass phones. So the Crips and the Bloods would hit me up, I call, and they like, where you at, Pharaoh? Hey, call, and I would go down in the hood with all them hats like Bobby Brown. I have a trunk full of them. At one time, I went down there and I called a brother. He came out with that big ass block phone. And I opened my trunk and he seen all them hats and he was like, he got on his phone, he's like, he here, he here, he here, he here, he here, he here. And when I looked up, bros was coming out of houses on the whole block. And they went in my truck. They're like, I want this one, I want that one, I want this one, I want that one. $70 a pop. Pop, 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 pop. I pop off like 15 of them. What's 15 times 70? Oh, my soul. You can't make this up. In the hood. It was like, oh, everything, cuz. Anything. You have any problem, you hit me up, cuz. We gonna handle that, cuz. I had the Bloods on plug. I had the Crips on. They loved me because I was dressing them. Oh my soul. And I was VIP because I was a roster. But the black brothers, they cherished me because I was a foundational black American rosters. So when the brothers used to see I was a roster, they was cherished. They was like, yeah, we got a roster. That was their vibe. I was like, they roster. Like, we got a roster. I swear to God. The brothers was like, cherish me. Like, we got our own roster. I swear to God. Can't make this shit up. Because I was selling in the Rolling 60s hood for a brother. What's your thoughts on Canadian reggae? Like Snow. Snow was dancehall. That wasn't reggae. Aini Kamosi was reggae. Aini Kamosi popped up. This comes the hot stepper, murderer. But that was reggae. Boom, doom, 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 doom. Snow was dancehall and farmer, you know, and he was doing it on rap beats, so that wasn't reggae. Snow was on rap beats. So Snow was more like Super Cat. Super Cat on the TV wasn't reggae. It was dancehall. Let's take a break. Let's take a break and we'll finish, right? Yeah, we're just kicking it, so we'll go with the real. But you know, Snow and all of them, they owe everything to my boy. My boy put them on. Hey, on everything. Snow, and Iny Kamosi, they owe everything to my boy. My boy put them on. Shinehead put them on. That's Shinehead Lane. He used to be up at the reggae store I worked at. Shinehead put them in the game. Shinehead the one that opened that door. That's a fact. For Snow, Iny Kamosi and Snow, they come in off of Shinehead. Shinehead opened that door. Supercat was down with KRS-One, but Shinehead opened that door for Supercat, Snow, and all of them. Shinehead. Shinehead was the first one in the reggae that was adding a hip-hop kind of flavor. Way before them. That's what Supercat got it from. Shinehead. Shinehead was the one when they went to the slang tank. Womp, 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 womp. And Shinehead came on, who the cat fit, let them wear it. Shinehead came in with that. That's my dog too. Because they used to all come up to the record store. They used to all come up to the record store when I worked at a Shine Type record. That was after I was hustling in the Rolling 60 neighborhood. I got tired of running from the detectives, and I went to the restaurant. And I can't forget my boy. Another one that brought them into the game is my boy Prince Ital Joe. Prince Ital Joe brought a lot of them in the game because he was messing with Death Row and Tupac. Prince Ital Joe, the first Rasta I met in California. Rest in peace to Prince Ital Joe. He crashed his, I think he had a Lamborghini or something running from the police from Texas. Prince Ital Joe really put all of them in the game. Shout out to my boy Prince Ital Joe. Rest in peace to Prince Ital Joe. That's the first Rasta man. He from some other, he ain't from Jamaica. He really the one that Shinehead and all of them, they really owe Prince Ital Joe. Prince Ital Joe is really the first one, the first before all of them to really blend in with the rap, because he was the one selling all the weed to Death Row, Suge and them. Yeah, Patrick come later. She came way later. Prince Ital Joe, then Shinehead, and then like that. Then Supercat and them. But Prince Ital Joe is really the first one to mix the streets with reggae, because he was the one selling all of them the weed. All of them know Prince Ital Joe. Shinehead know him. Snow, they all know Prince Ital Joe. Oh, I don't want to leave this out. Shout out to 50 Cent. 50 Cent gave Lil Durk's queen $100,000 to help Durk while he going through this, and said he was going to reach out to some connects to make sure Durk, no matter what happened, to make sure Durk get out. So, 50, a lot of us, the reason we like 50, because 50 the realest in the game. That's why we like 50 Cent. Because 50 Cent represent the hood, and he be always standing on business. So that's much love he gave that queen. And 50 ain't the type of dude that gonna try to sleep with her either. He ain't gonna try to sleep with her. He gonna give her that money for Durk. because Durk got on them songs and him and Durk was real cool. And he gave her the money, tried to help out Durk. 100 grand to help out Durk. 50 the realest out here. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to hear shit about 50. You know what I'm saying? On my soul. I'm gonna talk about this again later, man. Much love to my boy 50 Cent. So now, you know, in Chicago, he really protected. Leave dude alone. It ain't healthy fucking with Phil. It's all said and done, he gonna be one of the greatest blacks ever. Buju, Beanie, Sizzla, and Bounty. I mean, Buju, I remember when Buju went Rasta. I went to Cleveland, Ohio. That one year to see Buju, and that's when Buju first came out with dreadlocks singing reggae. Yep, I remember when I seen Buju first show when he went Rasta in America, in Cleveland. Everybody was shocked because all them Jamaicans came to see the dancehall Buju because Buju, when he first came out, he was the dancehall Buju. He didn't have no dreads when he was on Caribbean Rhythms and all that. But when I went to see him, that's when he flipped Rasta. Beanie Man, all right. Sizzla, all right. Sizzla, all right. Sizzla, all right. He kept changing up his style, I like the original Sizzla, and then when he changed it up, last time I went to see Sizzla, we left early. He was like, play the song a little bit, pull up, pull up, pull up. It was just too much. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't perform. The difference between reggae and dancehall ain't reggae. Reggae is chink, chunk, 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 chunk. Dancehall, dun, 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 dun. Sky, chink, 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 chink. So that the beats ain't nothing alike. Sky come from Chuck Berry. I mean, the other brother, Fats Domino. And so the Jamaicans was working up in America at the cotton. They were sending Fats Domino's records in there. Dun 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 dun. I lost my deal. Dun 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 dun. On Blueberry Hill. That's where Sky came from. So Sky came from Fats Domino, and they took it and made it chink, 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 chink. And then reggae, Bunny Wailer, Peter Tosh, and Bob Marley was up in the hills of my teacher, Kojo, and Mortimer Planner. And in the hills, it's boom, 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 boom. It's the Nyabingi drum. So then they made the reggae to go along with the Nyabingi drum. That's why when you see the early reggae bands, they got the bongo player. So reggae is to the bingi drums. So it slowed down. Right? So it slowed down. Boom, 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 to the Nyabingi drum. Dancehall came when Steely and Clevie came in. They got rid of the bass guitar. They got rid of the guitars in the bass, and they bought the keyboard. That's where dancehall came from. No bass guitar. Womp, womp. Womp, 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 womp. Instead of boom, 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 boom. So with the dancehall, it's keyboard, ain't no bass. That's a Steely and Clevie and them came in with that. I know them too. Shout out to Steely and Clevie, wherever y'all at. Holla at your boy. You know what I'm saying? Why you trolling? How you trying to say you folks and you standing on Larry, but you over here trolling like a bitch? Like, bro, how you, what is you on? You disrespecting folks in there. Yeah, you disrespecting, bro. You disrespecting. How you talking about how you standing on? Boy, don't you know what they'll do to you if they sent you on there playing like that? Oh, Larry, boy, stop. Dude, come over here talking about GD and Larry over here trolling like a girl. Boy, they'll whoop you for that. You'll catch a violation for that. Boy, you ain't 7'4" like that on the guys. I ain't no GD or nothing, but all my guys was GD. That's why I come up under GDs. So when I became a four-corner hustler, they weren't too happy. They're like, man, you bogus, bro. Broski, you bogus, bro. What? You supposed to be GD. This nigga's over here trolling on GD. Was KRS-One's influence? I mean, Chris' influence was Chris was the streets. He brought the streets in and switched over to black conscious. Because originally Chris represented the street. And then he switched over, you know. That's when he was with Miss Melody, and then he matured and he started going into black conscious. But originally he was a bad boy. He wasn't on black conscious originally. Chris wasn't black conscious originally. That first, I had them first CDs. Them first CDs was, what was it called? It was something about drugs and money or something. It wasn't no black conscious though. That's why he had what's his name, Medallion with him. Medallion wasn't representing no consciousness. Medallion was representing Botman and thing. You know what I mean? But Chris was whack though. Because every time you buy a CD, ain't number two good songs on there. The KRS-One was whack as hell. Some of the worst albums I ever bought was KRS-One albums. 2 songs, maybe 3. Just throw your money away. And then, you know, we roster, so the fake, we ain't want to hear the fake Jamaican shit. Like real dudes that really listen to reggae, we ain't want to hear no fake, like he was doing the fake Jamaican. It's like, bro, why you don't get a real Jamaican? I wish I could have produced him, because I would have got a real Jamaican to do that part. Yeah, he trash, but he good rapper though. He good live, you know, with the b-boy shit. But his albums, he robbed me. I told him straight, man, every album I bought for you was a waste of money, bro. His albums is horrible. 2 songs, that's it. The songs you like, Love's Gonna Get You, and whatever other song, and that's all that's on there. The rest of it, bada bada bing bing, bang bang scatter, bada bada bing, fake shit. Like, damn, bro. Why you didn't get Mad Lion to do that? Yeah, he was trash. So, as people say, out of all the CDs you bought, whose CD robbed you? KRS-One, right off the top. Worst CDs you could ever buy. Gonna have 2 great records on it, and that's it. That's it. Ain't nothing else on that shit. Now, Slick Rick CD, fire from the beginning to the end. KRS-One CDs is garbage. Every one of them. I bought all of them. I mean, garbage. See, back in those days, you in the streets, boom, I'm hustling, I'm in the streets. You got like, what we had? What was that? 10 CD changer in the trunk. So you finna drive around all day. You trying to put 10 CDs in there that can hold their own. You ain't trying to put no CD in there where you got to skip. And this shit skips. So it's out of there. Why I'm going to put him in there when I could put Mobb Deep in there? I could put Mobb Deep in there, right? I could put people that CD can hold. Why would I put your CD for 2 songs? I could put Pac in there. I could put Biggie in there. I could put Mobb Deep in there. I could put people with a whole CD could ride through. Why I'm going to put you in there? And I got to skip it. We ain't trying to skip, bruh. It's real gangster shit. I was really outside. You ain't gonna lie on no brother. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you this not from the music point, but I'm telling you from the consumer. We trying to put 10 CDs in there that could ride. We don't want to skip, bruh. We don't want to have to skip. That's why Tupac get 3 CDs in there off the top. You don't got to do all that skipping, bruh. Mobb Deep, no skipping. Nobody want to skip all them songs, man. KRS-One shit trash, man. You got to skip. Man, you got to skip. Yeah, Super Cat, that's my man. I know Super. I met Super a couple times. I don't say I know him, but I met him a couple times. Yeah, all right, that's my man. That's my brother. But Chris, out CDs you got to skip. You know, you got to understand. I'm hustling. I'm driving around. I don't want to, bruh, give me something that could play through. Why I'm going to listen to Chris? I'm going to listen to Group Home. Group Home win. You lose. UGK, the one with the talking in between every song, gonna win. You're gonna lose this competition out here, bro. You gotta bring it. What's gonna make you be one of these 10? Boy, with some 5 CDs out here. You know what I'm saying? He was competing. Imagine who he was competing with. You competing with Group Home. You competing with Mobb Deep. You competing with Tupac, Biggie Smalls, Jay-Z. Boy, you not getting in there before Jigga, boy. Boy, listen. KRS not getting in there before Jigga. Period. We're going to put that in, dude. And you can't knock the hustle. And we ain't got to take it out. We just ride. Jigga going to go through. We going to go through something. Oh, my soul. Everybody know I really was outside like that. That's when I was in the lack and shit. That's before the truck. The truck, I forgot who was in the truck. In the other cars. I forgot who was in the other cars. The other cars, who? Well, the other cars was a whole new generation. That's when I was in O-Block. So that was like, who was I banging in O-Block? Well, I ain't showing no love for LA rap. LA rap, it ain't like I ain't showing no love. That's a false statement. I'm just telling what I was listening to. Check this out, man. Listen, check this out. Check this out, bro. Listen, all right? You listening? Let me know you listening. I'm going to give you some game. Let me know you listening, fam. I'll give you some real game. Because you wasn't here earlier, and when I told them I was in L.A. and Eazy-E came out and we were selling the medallions. I already covered that, but I'm going to give you some real game. Let me know you listen. I'm gonna give you some real game. Check this out, fam. When I was in LA, right, I got stabbed up, right? All I was listening to was reggae. Cause I was a young Rasta. I got stabbed up. So I'm in UCLA. Then they switched me over. They moved me over to the county. Real right? Real nigga shit, right? LA, you know it's real. They moved me to the county. They moved me to the county. Now, when I was in UCLA, I'm stabbed up, right? My mother is there from Chicago. All I've been listening to was reggae, right? Dulo. All I've been listening to reggae. I got stabbed up now. I got poked up. My mama called. Guess what I told her to go? I told her to go to the records. Go. My first rap CD was Above the Law and the DOC. Oh my soul. How you gonna say I left LA out when I said I was in LA dealing with Def Jeff, selling medallions? The first rap CD I ever bought. Oh my soul, nigga. I was stabbed up. Hey, Dulo, I was stabbed up, shanked, poked up. This what my book is about. I'm this righteous, angelic monster. Rasta. I'm this angelic Rasta. I get stabbed up. I wake up in the UCLA. Now I'm a demon. I tell my mama, go get me the DOC and go get me Above the Law, nigga. This Pharaoh you're looking at was born because the other Pharaoh died. This Pharaoh was born on, now I got a murder rap. I was born on Above the Law. When I came back from the dead as a vampire, as a demon, bro, I was born on Above the Law. On everything I love. I woke up in the hospital, stabbed up from surgeries, and then anybody know a knife is worse than a goddamn gun. So when I got stabbed up with a knife, I had to get cut some more because they got to go and hook the veins back together. So the knife poked me up, then the hospital poked me up. I wake up in LA on everything I love. My mama there from Chicago. All I've been listening to reggae from the late 70s. I tell my mama, go to the record store, get the DOC, and get Above the Law. And I listen to them cassette tapes. And when I got to Above the Law, now I got a murder rap. I played that the whole time that I got out because all I had was murder on my mind when I get out this motherfucker hospital. On my soul. I was born because I'm like only 30-some years old, right? Dulo? I'm 68, but I feel when I got stabbed, I died like Christ and I was resurrected. So I'm only 30-some. Bro, I was born on Above the Law. I was born on Above the Law. On everything I love, I was born on Above the Law. Facts. And I listen to that over and over. I'm thinking, man, if I'm stuck in this wheelchair, I'm going to roll up with a shotty, pop. I'm a pop dude. I'm in there crazy. But I was born on Above the Law. Because once I heard Above the Law, I stopped listening to the DOC that much because that's when it was the Dicky Doc, y'all, which was cool. But when I heard Above the Law and I heard, now I got a murder rap, now I got a murder rap, now I got a murder rap, and I was stabbed up, I played that song. all the way till because I came to Chicago in a wheelchair. It took me like, what, 6, 7 months to learn how to walk? But yeah, I was born on gangster rap, on Above the Law. I can't wait to meet Cole 187 in them and tell them they ain't going to believe it. When I died and came back, I didn't come back as Jesus. I came back as the devil. And came back on Above the Law. On my soul, nigga. What you think about that, Dulo? Tell me that ain't crazy. Hey, Dulo, that ain't crazy? Bro, I learned how to walk. I went to rehab on Above the Law. On everything. On Above the Law. On everything I love. On everything I love. Can't nobody tell me shit or bad about Above the Law. I learned how to walk. I made it through getting almost murdered. And the first thing when I come back, like Frankenstein, I'm above the, and tell me this is not crazy. All I'm listening to is reggae. Why I tell my mother to go get the DOC and Above the Law? And that, but you gotta understand now, right? Dulo, you understand back then in LA, right? KDAY is on AM and FM. So if you live in South Central, am I lying, bro? If you live in South Central, what you hearing all through the hood? You're in KDAY. So it's like if you in LA in the late 80s, that's all you hearing. So LA is my first really rap experience with rap. I'm a Rasta. I was doing reggae. But I'm living in LA. You can't escape rap. Because I worked at a job for a telemarketer. So my first exposure to rap like that is LL Cool J versus Kool Moe Dee. Niggas was going crazy in LA over that beat. That's before I got stabbed. In LA, the people that really put LA people on rap was LL Cool J and Kool Moe Dee. And then Eazy and them came out. But LA was hyped over the LL Cool J and Kool Moe Dee beef on KDAY. Facts, nigga. That's what LA was hyped on. Hey, I don't know how old you are. Am I lying, Dulo? LA was hyped on the LL Cool J Kool Moe Dee beef, wasn't it? In the 80s. Tell me I'm lying. Then Easy E dropped. And because LA was making their own t-shirts and their own stuff, LA was making all the NWA shit. Because remember they said NWA dropped they video. They didn't play it on TV, but they sold a million copies or something like that in LA. LA was making money in LA when the rest of the country wasn't even on it. On my soul. Hey, so I was at the club right down there on Hollywood. It was called Hollywood Live. That's where they shoot the Jimmy Kimmel show. And I used to sell my medallions there, right? Right? Where they shoot the Jimmy Kimmel show. So I used to sell my medallions in the basement. Because they had reggae in the basement. They had regular dance. The college kids danced on this floor. They had jazz and shit like that on top floor. So the whole LA is there, right? So one day I leave. I just made my money, made about 500-600. So boom, I'm walking to my car. I'm going to where my car at, right? So I'm walking down, what is this, Hollywood? I think that's on Hollywood. I'm walking in the streets down there. And then across the street, I see a group of dudes, and they walking and they rocking like this. They in the shadow. So I can't see nothing but their shadow. But they look funny because I'm living in LA. So the way they walking, it don't fit how I'm living. I'm in South Central. So these dudes, they walking, but they got this bob. But they closer to their corner than I am to my corner. So they going to cross the street and be on my side before I get to my corner. If I get to my corner, I can turn and miss them. But I got to face these dudes. And it looked like it's about 9 of them, 7 or 9 of them. And they walking like this, right? So I'm like, oh, shit. Because this don't look like nothing I've seen in L.A., so I already know. These look like a problem. So I'm walking. They cross the street. They on my side. I'm walking. They're like popping like this. They in the shadows, though. When they get to the light and I get close, it's Chuck D and Public Enemy. Oh, my soul. And that's Flavor Flav in the front with the big clock on. So when I get close, it's Chuck D and Public Enemy. I'm like, oh, what up? Cause you know how Flavor was walking. It didn't look normal. And I think Jimmy Kimmel was on Hollywood Boulevard, if I ain't mistaken. I think that was on Hollywood. Burning Spear was popular. I used to go to all their shows. You know what I'm saying? I used to sell them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm Big Pharaoh. I'm like Big Al here. You know what I'm saying? All them know me. You know what I'm saying? I'm really young. For a black American, I'm really young. Hey, what's your name? I'll be Kebra. All right, boom. Who is that? Who that I just sold the shirt to? Boom, it looked like Winston Rodney to me. Boy, this Big Pharaoh. This is outside because I couldn't get a booth, so I had my table outside. That's my shorty on the left. He from Pasadena. I was teaching him the game. He a young Crip turning Rasta. That's at the Hollywood Palladium, I think. I dressed all them niggas on my soul. It's really Big Pharaoh. I dressed all them. I ain't making no shit up. I dressed them. See, you got this shirt? I just saw the shirt. Because you got to understand the gang go like this. These is big recording artists, right? They got to go to city to city to city, and they got to look super Rasta, right? I'm the super Rasta vendor. I got all the Rasta. I got everything for you to be Rastery. So they all buying from me. So they can hit the stage and look fresh. You see I'm the super, you see the jacket, you see the hat. You feel me? For the young brothers watching me, if you're gonna be a vendor or you're gonna be a businessman, you gotta look the part. You can't sell reggae stuff if you ain't official. You gotta be dressed better than them. They gotta look at you and say, oh yeah, let me buy something from dude. Dude, really that. I dressed all them because they're in the entertainment business. And they gotta they in the entertainment business and they got to look like entertainers. And I'm ordering stuff from Nicholas Novelty, which we need to save Nicholas Novelty, go and contribute to Nicholas Novelty so they can save the store. So I got the jackets, the hats, I got all the medallions, I got the. And another thing, when you're a vendor, have everything. Don't just, I had everything. You understand? Shout out to my man Winston Rodney. When they would get on stage, they got my clothes. I'm the one dressed them. I'm like the foundation of as far as foundational Black Americans being involved with reggae. I'm like the king, really, for Black Americans. Besides Ojinky out in L.A. Ojinky is like the elder. But as a shorty, I was really, really the first Black American to really, there go Family Man from the Wailers. I dressed all of them. And I dressed the rappers. I dressed the rappers and I dressed the reggae artists. That's a fact. There ain't no make believe. I dressed them. I made sure when they go on tour, they look good. Because they gotta look good when they go on tour. All of them, from England, wherever. I dressed them. Oswald, you know what I'm saying? I am royal. My name Pharaoh. My name ain't just Pharaoh. I'm really Pharaoh. I really am. You know what I'm saying? I dressed the Wailers. What do you think he got them buttons on his jacket from? He bought them from me. Every time they come to town, he was shopping with me. Look, I got the Japanese reggae shirt on. Those was cold. Look, I got the lion's tooth on. I don't know where my lion's tooth. And I got the big Rasta. I lost that too. It fell off my chain, man. White gold. I don't know. It fell off. That's my man. He shop with me all the time, though. I kept him fresh. Man, I kept bro fresh. Every time he came to town, if I wasn't there, he would call me. Because that's for you young people. If you're going to be a performer, you have to look the part. You have to spend some money. You got whatever you say you are, you got to look like that. You can't just be out here saying, oh, I'm this, I'm in the rap. No, you have to look like a rapper. No, you have to look like a reggae star. If you is a reggae star, you have to look the part. You understand? To make your money. I made a lot of money. I make sure that the brethren look the part. I kept them dressed. Rest in peace, Joseph Hill from Culture. I ain't just talking. My responsibility was to make them eyes wide. My responsibility is to make sure if I want to make money, I gotta be the freshest. And I had everything rusted. Not just a little roster. So that everybody, you know what I'm saying? So that they look the part. If you're an entrepreneur, you got to put some work in, you got to put some investment. I go with Dennis Brown, rest in peace to the Prince. That's before I started selling the clothes. That's when I first kept getting chased from the weed spot, and I started working with Simret at the reggae record store. But I got into the reggae novelties business and stepped my game up. You know what I'm saying? And then I dressed everybody. I dressed the rappers. the R&B singers, and the reggae artists. Because at that time, everybody was wearing like a black conscious stuff, like Bobby Brown, manager with shop. You see what Bobby Brown with the little hat on and a toss and turn. I sold that to his manager. Tabby Diamonds, that's my booth right there. It's Gold Tafari from the Virgin Islands. That's my table back there. Tabby over there buying stuff. So when the Mighty Diamonds hit the stage, they look right. I'm always fresh. I always got on the best shirt. I always got on, I always got on everything to make them look like, okay, this is the brother to buy from. This the man got the reggae shit. You know what I'm saying? He got the cold stuff. You know what I mean? That's just so y'all know how to make money. So anytime they come to my table, I'm the man. And then I was like the ambassador for Foundation of Black Americans. I'm the ambassador. There you go, right there. You understand? Look at him. You know what I mean? You see the big lion's tooth? I can't find a lion's tooth for nothing no more. Man, I wish I had my lion's tooth. You can't find them nowhere. But you see the hat, you see the jacket. I'm out making money at this. This is an event. This is a lesson for how you, if you're going to be a vendor, you got to look the part. If you don't look the part, who going to buy from you? And you got to invest into your stock. If you don't invest into your stock, how you going to make some money? Go stop being scary. Make sure your booth look right. Make sure your setup look right. And invest into your business if you want somebody to spend money with you. You got to invest. For the young people, you got to invest. If you don't invest, ain't nobody going to spend. You can't make no money if you don't spend no money. Bob Marley guitar player, Brother Al. One of the original Wailers, Azariel. When it was Azariel, Vision, Bob, Bunny, and Peter, when it was only 5, he was the baby. Rest in peace to Azariel. Y'all don't know nothing about him. Yeah, I had a lion's tooth. You can't find them no more. See, I got it on this picture too. You can't find. I don't know where it's at. I think when I got stabbed and I came to LA, I don't think my queen bought all my shit, but she was probably going through something. You know what I'm saying? But you got to be outside. You can't miss no events if you're gonna be if you're gonna provide. There go Don Carlos and Garty when they had the new Black Uhuru. That's me and the Blue Jay. That's my brethren Selassie. He make clothes. He made that hat he got on. He make clothes. He one of the best designers in the world, but he don't got his shit together. So he can't make no money. But shout out to Don Carlos and Garty. I think this is in Chicago at a show. And you got to put the money into your business. You can't, if you got a little bit of stuff, you ain't gonna sell nothing. In order to sell, you got to have a lot of stuff, and it's got to be all the same stuff. It's got to fit into the same. It can't be a bunch of different junk. It's got to be whatever your theme is. You got to have a lot of merchandise for that particular theme if you want to make money. Shout out to my brother, Ross Michael. I need to upload some more of my pictures because I got way more pictures than this Ross Michael. Young Ross Michael, he got a long gray beard now. I forgot the queen name. She was in like a rock punk band. I forgot her name. She was a cutie pie too. Somebody got some more questions though? We can do some more questions. You get the idea. Shout out to my man, Mikey Dread at the control. I make it jumping out the jumping master. That's my man Mikey Dread. I think he passed away. Rest in peace to Mikey Dread. I think he passed away. Boy, life ain't no joke. Much respect to my man Gold to Pharaoh. You know what I'm saying? Anybody got some more questions? I'm out at the festival. He just hanging out. I'm working. He just at the festival. But I'm working. Trust me. That life gone. It used to be you could get rich just working festivals. They messed that business up. You know what I mean? Black folks be messing shit up. You used to could just go to festivals and be rich. Imagine every weekend selling $4,000-$5,000 worth of shit. They messed the game up. All right, we got some questions. We doing like a late night situation. Hit me with some questions. I hope y'all learned from that little episode. I hope y'all learned something about how to hustle. And then that helps you so you don't think I'm just talking. You know what I mean? Because some people think I'm just talking. You know, they don't know what I've been through like that. So they can't verify me in the game. You know what I mean? How I bounced back after going negative. I didn't. I'm like half and half. I'm half and half. I never did. I can't bounce back. I'm just half and half. Who was the best reggae artist or band that I ever seen in person? Woo, the best. The best reggae band that I ever seen in person would have to be Oswald. Oswald is the best reggae band I ever seen. And the reason I say Oswald is the best, because Oswald had a full band. Most reggae bands don't have a horn section. Only Burning Spear I think Burning Spear was the only one that had a horn section. Bob Marley didn't have a horn section. Oswald had a horn section. Boom, 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 right? First, they had a full band, and all three of these brothers sing. The one on the far left, drummy, was the drummer, sing. The one in the middle, the guitar player, sing. The lead singer right here, sing. All of them sing. Full band. Full band. Horns, keyboards, everything. And all three members sing. The drummer on your far left, he sung the love songs. I need your love more than just an hour. I need your love more than just a day, baby. So hold me close. My love would never falter. And they barely beat out Steel Pulse and Black Uhuru. Black Uhuru had Sly and Robbie, but they ain't have a horn section. So Black Uhuru would be number 2. Steel Pulse would be number 3. Because Steel Pulse didn't have a horn section, but they was fire. But Oswald from England, ain't nobody was better than them but Bob Marley. Now, mind you, Oswald toured with Bob Marley when they was young. So musically, and I can't leave out Burning Spear. Burning Spear got the horn section and everything, but Burning Spear ain't got these vocals. All three of these brothers can really sing. I mean, really, really sing. They got to the point where Drummy would get off the drums and they had one of the other musicians play the drums. So as far as a musician go and the musical talent, yeah. How many groups you know all three members can sing? That's unheard of. Keyboard, full keyboard section, full guitar section, full horn section. No competition. So I would say they was the best. They was for a musician. As far as like straight reggae inspiration, I would have to say Black Uhuru because they had the female. We seen Black Uhuru like 3 nights in a row in L.A. Not L.A., whatever that city right outside L.A. It might well be L.A. And they had the Queen with Ducky and Michael Rose. You know what I'm saying? And they was chill out, New York. So they was, don't get me wrong, Black Uhuru would be the best as far as excitement because they had the Queen, but the best overall would have to be Oswald. Now, I seen Peter Tosh off the chain, Burning Spear off the chain. Like I've seen a lot of great reggae bands, Steel Pulse off the chain, but for musically, as far as a total band, total package, nobody's got that many pieces. They got the most pieces. I got to give it to them. 3 singers, full horn section, full keyboard section, guitar. 2 of the singers play instruments. The drummer is a lead, is sing lead. The guitar player sing lead. The lead singer play lead. Who do that? That's where I met my daughter's mother at the Oswald show. I was stabbed up. My boy said, "Come on, Pharaoh, you got to get out the house." And he said, "Let's go see Oswald." So we went to see Oswald. I seen this fine ass chick. I started talking to her and knew her from way back. So I knew her when we were shorty. She was a young Rasta, but she had really grown. So I knew her from these days. So now I'm older, and I met her, and one thing led to another. That's my middle daughter's mother. I met her at the Oswald. I re-met her. We got reacquainted with her at the Oswald show. I'm like, what's your name? She's like, Pharaoh, this so-and-so ain't gonna say her name. I'm like, oh, damn. And we hooked up, and then she got pregnant and had my daughter. That's the only child she had at the Oswald show. But yeah, they super talented. They broke up. I think somebody passed away. But I've seen a lot of great bands though. So a lot of Bunny Wailer played for 3 hours straight. Bunny Wailer played for 3 hours with 3 different backup bands. Oh my soul. When I seen Bunny Wailer, I forgot where it's at. I want to say Long Beach, some park out there where they had it set up. Bunny Wailer played for 3 hours. On everything. 3 hours straight. Tell me that ain't crazy. Bunny Wailer performed 3 hours straight at this show right here. 3 hours. It was off the chain. Rest in peace to Bunny Wailer too. I seen Bunny and Peter. I didn't see Bob. I had tickets to see Bob twice, but he passed away. On everything. Three hours. Let that sink in. Had to have 3 different bands play behind them. That's crazy. At this show right here. Yeah, at that show. He performed 3 hours. Rest in peace to Bunny. Somebody got some more questions? Ask your questions. I'm going to answer. What's up, Dazzling Soul Train? Good to see you. Somebody got some more questions? Let's do it. Outside in the street watching Dennis Brown and them smoke. Rest in peace to Dennis Brown. I was tripping. You see me looking for the police. Because I'm like, I know they ain't outside, but I was tripping. Look at this shorties here that they daddy had the restaurant next door. Look how they looking, the babies. I wonder where they at. They super grown now. They would love to have this picture, man. Rest in peace to Dennis Brown. Yeah, they was outside. I'm looking for the police. Rest in peace to Ross Bunny. All the way on the right, you see the back of his head. I mean, you couldn't help but to. You couldn't help but to. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it was impossible to listen to reggae every day and listen to reggae radio station every day and don't hear. You know, that was it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta understand, we listen to reggae every day. Record uh, reggae radio stations. And when the reggae radio station, that's how I learned how to play reggae bass because I had a Steinberger bass. And every time a song come on, I'm trying to learn it. Like within 30 seconds of the song, I'm trying to learn the bass line so that I can play it for the rest of the song. That's how I learned how to play bass by ear. Because I would take my bass guitar and I would listen to the reggae radio station and I try to learn the bass line real quick so I could play the rest of the song. And then another song come on, and I learned that. I play it just by ear. And that's how I got to be such a good bass player. Because I would listen to all the reggae on the radio, and I would just play the bass by ear. And that's how I got a lot of jobs, because they said Pharaoh could play by ear. Because I could play by ear. No lie. I bet I could still do it. And I ain't played in years. But you put a record on, and by the time they play a few times, by the time they play the rhythm a couple times, I got it. By ear. That's how I learned how to play. And that's how I got a lot of jobs. Because like Pharaoh could play if somebody didn't show up. They're like, Pharaoh could do it. They're like, how you gonna do it without rehearsal? They're like, mine don't need no rehearsal, man. Mine don't play. I said, mine can just play the thing, you know. Him don't need no rehearsal, you know. No one Ramesses, no, I need no rehearsal, boy. Him a play. Him a play. Him don't need no rehearsal, boy. Him a play. Because I could just play. I don't know what notes I'm playing either. Long as my guitar is tuned, long as my bass is tuned, I can play it. I don't know what notes I'm playing either. I can make up a bass line. I played for one brother and he said, boy, let me tell you, man, them bass lines were better than the ones we use. He said, well, we're not a lie, boy. Them bass lines you make up better than the original ones. Yeah, if I make up my bass line, that was this show right here. My bass lines was better than their bass lines. No, I never went to Jamaica. I never been to Jamaica. I live with Kojo in Compton. I did this whole show for a commercial. I did this show with no rehearsal. I did this whole show in Santa Barbara with no rehearsal. No, I met Kojo in Compton at the bus stop. I never been to Jamaica. I didn't go to Jamaica. I went to Hawaii. I didn't go to Jamaica because a lot of the rosters, they had like these weird prejudices, right? And I had brethren from Trinidad, I had brethren from Jamaica, and I picked up, they was funny style, right? So I didn't want to be in their environment. I'm like a ruler. I'm a general. So I ain't bowing down to nobody. So I picked up early that as man born a black American, if I go in these people's turf, they're not going to really treat me. It's going to be all right, but they're not going to really treat you right. Facts. You understand? They're not going to treat you right. They had to treat me right because we in LA, we in California, we in Chicago. And the black folks ain't going to, you the foreigner. See what I'm saying? So you can't treat me funny in LA because, nigga, I'm in the block in LA. You know, I'm with the regular LA niggas. See what I'm saying? Because when I was coming up as a Rasta, I was the black Americans' hero. I was day Rasta. So I was like, man, you ain't going to be playing with our Rasta. See what I'm saying? But I didn't want to go to Trinidad or Jamaica. Them niggas is funny acting when you go in their territory. So I said, I wanted to go to an island, right? I wanted to go to the island and learn the island life. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go to my island. Why would I go to your island? On my soul. So I said, rather than go to your island, man, I'll go to my own island. So I went to Hawaii. Fact, that's why I went to Hawaii. Because I ain't kissing no nigga ass like that, man, because I ain't doing that. Hey, Foundation Black America, let me tell you, them people funny acting. They'll talk all that black unity and all that. It ain't that. Trust me. See, this me in the hills in Hawaii, growing my own stuff. I wasn't, man, they gonna tell you all that one love shit and shit. It ain't gonna be that when you get on the island. I'm telling you. It's gonna be some forms of discrimination. I avoided any discrimination from other rosters because the whole time we was in America. And anywhere we went, I was plugged in. They wasn't. South Central, I'm plugged in. They not. Chicago, I'm plugged in. They not. See what I'm saying? The black Americans, they gonna be cool. Oahu, you might as well go to New York. Oahu's a city. What you gonna go to the island for and go to a city? Oahu is trash. Oahu is Waikiki island. No, I hurry up and got out of Oahu. I landed in Oahu. What I'm being in Oahu for? I can't do this in Oahu. They don't got no. Even if, yeah, you know, I just say I ain't. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really play with motherfuckers like that. You know what I'm saying? I became a roster in Chicago, in LA, and I'm not kissing no nigga's ass. So that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? So ain't no need of me going out nowhere and you playing with me. Because I'm going to still do you dirty, but I'm just going to get in trouble. But I'm going to still keep it gangster. So ain't no need of me even going out there where I got to hurt somebody, right? I'm a guy. I'm really him. I ain't just named myself Pharaoh. I'm really that. So I'm finna go be dominant. So I figured, let me go to Hawaii, then go around, go to India, China, and come up in East Africa. That was my plan. Why would I go to West Africa? I want to end up in East Africa. I want to end up by Egypt and Ethiopia. I never wanted to be over in Ghana and Nigeria. I wanted to go to East Africa. What is meant by the words Bobos? Bobo Shanti. That's a Bobo Shanti. Wasn't no Bobo Shanti, wasn't nobody. The first Bobo I met was in LA, and the brothers was mad at him because he was selling these little patties, and they had currants in it. And back in those days, Rasta didn't eat nothing from the vine, right? You know how the Bible say, if you're a vine natural, don't eat nothing for a vine. Rasta wouldn't eat melons. They wouldn't eat raisins. They wouldn't eat grapes. They wouldn't eat nothing from the vine. So this one, the first Bobo I know was this brother that came from Jamaica. And he was selling these packs, these currants, and the Rasta didn't like him because they said, boy, this comes from the vine. He was like a weird dude. My first experience with Bobos was weirdos. So I never really liked the Bobo thing because I felt like a priest is going to be rare. So I feel like if it's 30 of us, it might be 2 brothers that's priests. So I wasn't into all y'all niggas ain't no priests. You know what I'm saying? Because the Bobo I respect, but you're supposed to be a priest. The brethren that with the head wraps and stuff, they supposed to be priests. I'm cool with that. But you can't tell me no whole bunch of niggas is priests. Y'all niggas ain't no priests. So I never really messed with that. But back in those days, you had 12 Tribe, you had Naya Bingy. You didn't have Bobo in the 80s. Naya Bingy wore the red on the top to represent war. And 12 Tribe wore the red on the bottom. So because I was a foundational Black American, I would get my crowns red, gold, green, green, gold, red. So I would represent both sides because I ain't neither one of you niggas. I always been on some like foundational Black American shit. I'm still me. So I didn't feel like I could represent 12 Tribe or that. I ain't from Jamaica. So I can't be no Bobo. I can't be no 12. I can't be none of that shit. I'm from Chicago. I'm not finna imitate no Jamaican shit. So I used to wear red, gold, green, green, gold, red. And I used to wear Egyptian crown. Because I'm Egyptian. You know what I'm saying? So I used to represent Kemet. You know what I'm saying? I represented Kemet. I ain't lying. Oh, just kicking the Bobos in Chicago. Just kicking the Bobos is some Chicago shit mean you just talking. Right? So in Chicago, when they say we kicking the Bobos, that means we just talking. Oh, I thought you meant like Bobo Shanti. But this was my crown right here. See, I got the Egyptian crown. The girls made the beads, glass beads, got the bells on it. Bobos, kicking the Bobos in Chicago mean talking. I ain't know what you meant. I thought Bobo Shanti. Yeah, in Chicago, when we say kicking the Bobos, that means let's just sit around and talk. And that's some old Chicago slang I'm trying to keep alive. So like, yeah, man, what you was doing, man? I was just, yeah, I know. Yeah, look. I still got that crown. It's all those beads is all glasses, bells. Those are bells hanging on the back to make sure that the Egyptian, yeah, the Willy Bobo. Yeah, kick the Bobos. We kicking the Bobos. I got the bells on there to make sure the crown hang down. The sister did a great job. Got the Africa in the top. It's got the gold beads around it. Glass. Those are glass. They ain't plastic. It's glass. The sisters that really had the artwork, they were using glass beads. Because sister, I could put some beads on. Like, I don't want no beads. She's like, no, brother, these are glass. I'm like, yeah, go ahead. But the glass, I wear that. I don't want to look for the crown. They got the glass beads on it though. Yeah, we kicking the Willy Bobos. You know what I'm saying? This is up in this is up in Glendale. That means just a conversation. That's what Bobos mean. Conversation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that meant conversation. Somebody got some. We up late night. You know what I'm saying? That's the front view. I got the ankh on there. I got the Ethiopian flag. Up them stairs is where I live. That's why I had my first two sons in that place right there. My oldest son and then the baby, the next one. Now I don't think I had my oldest son there. I think I might have. No, I don't think I had my oldest son there. I think I had my oldest son at a different apartment. What's going on? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How you doing, cutie pie? Why I gotta be your pops? You cute. I don't want to be your pops. What if I want to hit? Now you got me in the pop. See what I'm saying? You bogus as hell, cutie pie. How you bogus? Come on, man. She got me in the pops. You know what I'm saying? Boys messed up when you get gray hair, you get older. You know what I'm saying? They put you in the pops. You like my uncle, you like my deity. I'm like, I don't want to be your deity. I want to be just like deity. Girl, you too cute for me to be your daddy. Sure, you better stop looking so pretty. Get your extra pretty self. Do I love glazed ring? What's glazed rings? I don't know what them is. What's glazed rings? I don't know what that is. Somebody got some more questions? We up late night kicking the bobos. Yeah, you so beautiful. Uh, Look, me and my little my oldest son and my middle son. I don't know where we was at though. I think we was in Chicago, like out at Ford City or somewhere. Look at him. Look at the little one. He don't want to be there, do we? The oldest one is cool, but the middle one, he don't want. He don't look like he don't look like he want to be there. you don't look. You don't look like he want to be there. Y'all got some more questions? We just kicking the bobos. That's yeah. He ready to go do whatever we getting ready to do. Yeah, he ready to do whatever we supposed to do. We got some more questions. Let's make it happen. Shout out to my boys, the Rastafarians, highly my scale. Should FBA still push for reparations? Yeah, we pushing for reparations constantly. Every so many days I talk about that. Reparations is constant. That's constant. We not backing off of that none. You know what I'm saying? Much love, beautiful. Yeah, reparations is constant. It's non-negotiable. It's something we never gonna. That's just constant. Every so many videos I talk about that. I just try to make it not be just back to back to back to back to back because it's not good content. But yeah, that's constant. Right now I'm on this war, so I'm trying to monitor the war for historical purposes. But yeah, FBA and reparations is constant. We're not easing up on that. None, zero. That's a constant push. That's until we get it. So there's no backing up on that. That's a non-ease. Push that as often as you like. There's no retreating from that. I got to get a queen some props, so it's not so meltdown. Shout out to the queen, Sister Carol. She cool as hell. Got my autograph picture from Sister Carol. That's the young Sister Carol too. I'd like to see her again. She's so sweet. She's so nice. I would sure like to see Sister Carol again. A really cool sister. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I don't want this to be too male top heavy. You know, there's the queens is out there too. I just haven't transferred all my photos over. I gotta go and like transfer all my photos over. I gotta remember to do that. It would be good to show people all the photos of all the different brethren and sisters. So I'm gonna try to think about remember and do that. And you know, you gotta go through a lot to get them transferred over because they're real pictures. So I gotta take a picture of the picture, then put it up as a digital picture. But I'm gonna do that so you can see some of the other pictures. What made the Rasta movement so powerful during its prime? What made the Rasta movement so powerful? That's a great question. What made the Rasta movement so powerful at that time was Winnie Mandela. Winnie Mandela, in the fight against apartheid, made Rasta bigger. Because at that time, with the fight against apartheid, that became like a national push because we had to go by the media. And when they unalived all them children in Soweto, man, that was it. And that's where Rasta became so powerful because they had the music. They was the ones able. The music was our only, we didn't have Instagram and Twitter and all that. So the music was our Instagram, was our Twitter. So the reggae was the ones, Winnie, Winnie Mandela, Winnie, Winnie Mandela. So it was apartheid in South Africa pushed Pan-Africanism because it made all the media, CBS, NBC, ABC, 60 Minutes, everybody was talking about South Africa. And that pushed reggae, and then reggae pushed Rasta. This sister right here, one of the most powerful black people in the history of the world, is Winnie Mandela. Because Nelson was locked up. When everybody found out they had Nelson for 20 something years, everybody like, what? She the one let us know about Nelson and apartheid. Then nobody would have knew about Nelson Mandela without Winnie. That's why we don't like Nelson, because he got out and dumped her. He a bitch. He was a bitch. She put him on the map, put it on the map. Then she got, here go Nelson. Nobody know about him. She come out and push Nelson. Nelson reputation go here. But she keep pushing Nelson, so her reputation go here. So her reputation begins to get bigger than Nelson. So the white system went and let Nelson out because they was afraid of her. She was getting bigger than Nelson. So they let Nelson out, and then Nelson shitted on her and divorced her. But she stayed with him the whole time he was locked up, all them years. They only let Nelson out because she was becoming bigger than Nelson. So they said, we got to do something. She getting too powerful. They went to Nelson. We'll let you out if you shit on Winnie. Okay. Let him out. Boom. He come to the United States. We got to live together, blacks and whites. I said, what? He came and said, let the whites keep the land in Africa. We was like, the whites got to go back to Europe. You can't colonize Africa like you did the United States. Well, Nelson, punk ass, got out and said, we got to live together. I never forget that. When they was in New York with Jesse Jackson on with Nelson, he got up there and punked out. I was a young revolutionary, so I hated him. As soon as I heard his speech, I'm like, what? Then he dumped his wife. Dumped her. After she stood by him all that time, and she fought for him to get free. On my soul, Nelson Mandela was a bitch. On everything I love. Without her, we wouldn't even know. But this like the famous picture that put everybody up on what was going on. From Soweto. This was all over the American news media. And that's what helped Rasta get so big. Because Rasta had all of the apartheid songs. You know what I'm saying? Reggae had all of the apartheid music. Heck yeah, I want them. You have 500 records. I was going to throw them away. Yeah, I want them. DM me on Instagram at Pharaoh said that, and I'll give you the information to get them to me. Who was messing with young girls? Who was messing with young girls? Who was messing with young girls? Nelson? See? Yeah, I believe it. He sold us out. You know, Queen. You know he was selling us out. Yep, he sold us out. And that's when the brother moved up that's there now that's doing all the talking. That's he moved up. I think he started messing with Winnie for a minute. And that's how he moved up. The brother's doing all the talking down there now. And then I don't know what happened in this movement. That movement, I don't know what happened in that movement. I don't know what happened in this movement. I think they shut them down. The Black First, Land First movement, they shut that brother down. I don't know what happened with him. They shut him down. I don't trust the other brother that be down there talking. It's just something about him. He been talking and talking and talking, but it seems like he don't really make no moves against white supremacy. It's like he talk it so nobody else can make any moves, right? Y'all know what I'm talking. What's that brother's name? I don't trust him. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I think about it, but I be trying not to think about a lot of shit, remember stuff. But y'all know I'm talking about the one down in South Africa always talking. You know the Africa, you know the revolutionary down there. Y'all trust him? I don't trust him. Y'all trust him? Y'all know who I'm talking about. The new pro-black dude down there always talking. Got that big party in South Africa. Yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. I know his name. I gotta just think about it for a minute. What y'all think about dude? I don't trust him. Y'all trust him? I don't. It's just something. He been talking and talking and talking, but you never really see nothing. I know people know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, Queen? The black brother down there in South Africa. Uh, dang, man. I know dude's name. I don't be trying to remember a lot of stuff no more. I need to keep my memory banks open for important information. But man, what look starts with an L. Dang, it was coming. No, not him. The brother in South Africa. The brother in South Africa. Not Ibrahim is all right. The brother in South Africa, been running his mouth for years, but you don't never see nothing. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. What's up, Plant Base? I know y'all know what I'm talking about. The brother with the red hat on in South Africa. Julius Malema. Is that his name? Ain't that his name, Julius? Yeah, Julius Malema. What y'all think is up with dude? He been talking heavy for years, right? And what became of it? And it's almost like he got a party of revolutionaries that never gonna get nowhere. Like keep them under here. They never go nowhere. And he's always got that red on, like he's owned by the Russians. See, I don't trust red because red is symbolized the Russians. The Russians put that red on black people. When I was a young Rasta, and I used to be walking around Chicago, right? Almost everything I love. As a young Rasta, when I used to be walking around in Chicago, right? Like young like this. I got my little military clothes on and stuff, right? And when I used to be walking around, it was these white dudes. They would have these revolutionary newspapers. And every time they would see me, they would run across the street to me because I got on, camouflage or green, dreadlocks, and they would always run to me, right? And they would always try to solicit me into this communist party. You know what I'm saying? Always. And I could always tell it was phony. You know what I mean? I'm like, why they keep running up on me? You know? And I can always tell it was phony. They would always run up on me. It's like, as soon as they see me, here they come, right? With the communists. But they didn't know I had knowledge, and I knew that the communists had took over after Haile Selassie and had unalived like 2 or 3 million black people, right? Under Mengistu, right? The communists, Castro, and the Russians put him in power after Emperor Haile Selassie and destroyed the Ethiopians. They didn't know I knew that. So they used to run up on me all the time, the communist dudes. And the crazy thing about it is, some of them wasn't really communist dudes. They was FBI agents trying to see if you was a revolutionary. So they wasn't even what they was pretending to be. They was FBI agents. You know what I'm saying? And this when I was a shorty, I didn't even have no voice because we had no internet. You know what I mean? So this is like 1979, 80, 81. You know what I mean? And they would run across the street on me when they see me dressed like that with the communist paper. It was weird. And when I got to Hawaii, my first night, I was trying to find the Rastas out there on Oahu. And I went to a club, they said they had reggae. And they was in there and they tried to run up on me. You know what I'm saying? They tried to run up on me there. And I was sitting in the audience, and these commies, whites at this thing with some kind of reggae band, they was like, go on stage, Rasta. Go on stage. I'm like, nah, I'm cool. They're like, go on stage. See how people do? I was like, all right. This is my first night in Hawaii. And I'm looking for my Rasta brethren. And they say, it might be at this reggae show. I go to this reggae show. It's all these whites, and they're in there with this communist stuff. So they got a band. They told me to go on stage, right? I say, no. See how I be trying not to get in trouble, y'all? I'm a baby then. I'm like what? 20. I'm young. I'm like 20, what, 3, 20? So they kept saying, go on stage, go on stage. Now I got to understand, I hate the communists because they unalived all these Ethiopians. So they out there with the communist tribes like it's revolutionary. They're like, go on stage, go on stage. So I was like, all right. So I went on stage, the reggae was playing. I was like, yeah, I want this on this. Boom. And then it was going crazy, right? I said, Fireborn. The American, right? And they said, yeah. And I said, Fireborn the Russians. And they got quiet. I set them up. Fireborn the communist Russians. I started dissing the communists. I wish I remember what I said. You can't make this up. So I got up there, I said, I'm finna go up there and diss their whole movement. I swear to God. I swear that thing I love. I got up there and I dissed them. We don't like the communists. Fireborn the communists. They try to take over Ethiopia and then it got quiet. Then it got quiet. And when I went and sat down, it was like a bunch of whites, and then a white girl came to me and she sat there, she started crying. Talking about, Thank you so much because my parents are Christians and they wouldn't want me at this type of things. I love you so much. Some kind of way I liberated her ass. I don't know what I did. But I swear you can't make I'm gonna remember. But some kind of way I liberated some white girl. Oh, I know why, because I went against the grain. So when I went against what all of them was in there pumping, she came and thanked me. She thanked me because she was like, "Oh, I can speak for myself. I don't gotta follow these losers." I'm like, no, you ain't gotta follow them. F all y'all and Russia. You know what I'm saying? Boy, they were mad. Ooh. See, I know y'all watch me. Y'all be like, Pharaoh troublemaker. Listen, I've been on that. Like, I've been doing this. I forgot about that. I wouldn't. Hey, y'all, they, they begged me to go on stage. I forgot. Hey, y'all, they begged me to go on stage and I dissed them. I, you can't make this up. I forgot about that. It was my first night. I was on the Wild Wilds looking for the brethren. And I figured the Rastas would be at the reggae, but they wasn't there. And I got on stage. They begged me. They said, "Get Rasta go." So when I said, "Okay," they all clapped. Yay! And I basically got on stage said, "Fuck all y'all." Yeah. Y'all can go to hell. I didn't say that, but that's what it amounted to. Oh man, that's what it amounted to. You should have seen their faces. Oh my God. Oh boy. You should have seen their faces, man, when I chanted them down. Oh man, they were so mad. Ooh, they was steaming. Boy, listen, they was I told you I didn't want to get up there. I told y'all I didn't want to get up there. They're like, "Come on, yeah." You know how white people is. I got the dreadlocks. Oh, he gonna get up there. He gonna push our agenda. I got the fireborn. Every fireborn, all y'all born them. I put, boy, they was mad. Ooh, you could see all the steam come out the room. We didn't want you to say that. I forgot what I said, but it was anti they shit though. Oh man, that was something, boy. As my mother said, "You tickle me." I tickle me. Boy, I was laughing in the inside. I was tickled. Hey, Faith, I got up there and dissed all what they were standing on. they they begged me to go up there. I went up there and said, as a matter of fact, born, fireborn, y'all, basically. Who they was mad when I said fireborn, because I went through one, I set them up. I said, yeah, fireborn England, fireborn up this on so. Fireborn up America. They was like, yeah. I said, fireborn up Russia and the communists. They was, when I said fireborn Russia, you should have seen, because it was a communist party. Yeah, when I said, when I said fireborn Russia, then you would have had to be there. They all just stopped dancing. They was dancing. But when I said fireborn America, they was like, yeah. When I said fireborn Russia, wait, fireborn the communist, damn. It was a communist. It was, and so when I went and sat down, a white girl ran up to me and she said, "Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm a follower, following these people, and these people are wrong." I said, "Yeah, don't listen to them. They ain't on nothing." I was on bullshit too. I was with it. I just got from South Central. I ain't even no good. I ain't real good roster yet. I was in roster training. Hey, Faith, I wasn't all the way no roster yet. You know what I'm saying? I was getting a little rostery. You know what I'm saying? I just stopped being a nigga. I'm trying to Rastafari myself. So I was trying, but I wasn't there yet. I was probably like, 15% Rasta. Boy, they were mad. Woo-wee. Because I was looking for I went to see Bongo Man. They said, oh, the roster's going to be at Bongo Man. So I went to see Bongo Man, try to see if my brethren that I met in LA, I could run into him because the hurricane that hit his house. So he wasn't at home. He was somewhere on the island. Hey, I'll tell you something else too. So I'm looking for the brethren I met in LA. When I called and said I'm coming out there, a hurricane that hit the house. So he was just out there somewhere. So I'm going there. I know I'm going to find him. That's great. So I tell my queen and my brethren and her daughter, I'm going to buy my ticket for 7 days before y'all. So I'm going to go out there. Y'all come 7 days later. By that time, I'll be them found. So that night, I went, I don't know where I'm at. I just got to Hawaii that day. So there was a big university around the corner. I went there and there was a big sign, some grass. So I went and laid down in the grass. Nobody could see me and went to sleep. You know what I'm saying? So I woke up the next morning. I walked around the corner. I walked to Waikiki, right? They tell me I can find the rosters on the North Shore. So I go to the bus stop to take the bus to the North Shore so I can find the rosters. The bus pull up. When I get on the bus on the front, the brethren I'm looking for get off the back of that same bus. You can't make this up. The next morning, I go to Waikiki, around the corner down from Hawaii University, or whatever university in Oahu. That's the university of that. That's when you know I ain't lying, because they had the reggae radio station there. When I go down to Waikiki on the main strip, the bus pull up. When I get on the front, I'm looking for Shay Shay from St. Louis. Shay Shay, get off the back of the bus. I see him. I beat on the bus window. Shay Shay, boom. Tell the bus driver, stop. Boom, I hop off the bus, found him. The next morning, after I got there that evening, the next morning, he was getting off the bus. I was getting on. What's the odds of that? See how the Most High work? And the rest is history. But that's the morning after when they forced me to get on the reggae song and diss the Communist Party, because I felt like this. Why y'all trying to diss America? Even as a young Rasta, I wasn't with all that diss America like that and big up the the Russians when the Russians got in power after Haile Selassie and hated Haile Selassie. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you a faithful one. I had 40 subs. See what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Hey, Faith. Some things you forget about, man. That tickled me, man. I got there and dissed them damn people at that little reggae show where they was on some anti-American stuff and pushing Russia. And Rasta, we didn't like Russia because of this situation right here. I'm like, y'all don't even know the history. We don't like Mengistu. These are people that got in power after Haile Selassie, and 2 million Ethiopians were unalived under the Russians. What? That's the Red Summer. You know what I'm saying? Just think of that. You in here pushing communism to some reggae with some Rastas when Ethiopians lost their life under the Russian Red Summer. What? And trying to set me up to get followed by the FBI. Because when I'm in Chicago and I'm walking around and they see me and they run up to me with this Russian newspaper, you know some of them is FBI. The main people that try to recruit you into revolutionary stuff be the FBI. That be the FBI trying to see if you anti-government. They're the main ones going to be like, here, you want to come to the anti-government stuff? No. I'm not anti-government. I'll tell you, them white dudes used to run across the street when they see me to give me anti-government literature. That's a trap. Bro, we Rasta, we not anti-nothing. What? They got me in there. They kept saying, go on stage, go on stage. I was already uncomfortable when I found out it was communists doing reggae. I'm like, wait a minute. How you got communist reggae when 2 million Ethiopians died under communism? What? I'm just trying to find my brethren. Y'all leave me alone. No, Rasta man, go on stage, go on stage. I ain't no Jamaican. No, go on stage. Are you sure you want my ignorant ass? Are you sure? Y'all sure y'all want me to go up there and say whatever I want to say? All right. Play the music. All right, boom. Fuck all y'all. Fuck all y'all. What the hell? Bro, I told y'all I don't want to do it. They insisted. Oh, you should have seen it when I got up. Oh, they were. Boy, when I got up and said, okay, I'll go ahead. I got up. Oh, I got a standing ovation when I got up to go up there. Boy, they was happy. I got a standing ovation, y'all, when they seen I was finna go up there. The whole time, I was thinking, hold that thought. I bet this standing ovation finna go away. I know y'all think me on YouTube and think, Pharaoh, you're a troublemaker. I'm just showing you back then I was a baby. I was young. This one causing trouble. I've been on dummy. I said, I don't want to go. They like, yeah, go. I said, all right. Y'all communists? Yeah. And then Hawaii full of spies, too. Yeah, Hawaii is a spy capital because it's out in the middle of South Pacific. So it's one of America's main military bases. It's the protection from the United States of the South Pacific. So when you're in Hawaii, there's KGB, there's Jewish espionage groups, Russian espionage, German, Japanese, Chinese. It's a bunch of, I don't know about now, but back then it's a whole lot of spies in Russia. And they pose as like hippies, alternative culture, right? Yeah, it's a whole lot of agents in Hawaii. It's a lot of agents in Hawaii, agents. It's a whole lot of sorcerers, witches, and warlocks out there. Back then, I don't know about now, but back then, it was a whole bunch of like alternative cultural, and you don't know if they're spies or warlocks or witches. Real talk, a lot of witchcraft, and the whole world is out there because that's like one of the biggest military bases in America. The whole Hawaii Islands is military. Pearl Harbor, serious military. KGB, CIA, FBI, much respect for the support, Queen. You know I love you. That's what's out there in Hawaii. All kind of warlocks is out there. And when I got out there, I was warm with them constantly. with warlocks and like soul seekers. Young people, when people want you to join something, or people come to you with some like religious belief or some type of group ideology, like those are either agents or vampire, like soul energy suckers, like vampires. Because you vampires just don't want blood. You also got energy vampires. And they're always trying to get you to join something. They're always trying to get you to believe something. So when you meet somebody that's immediately start attacking your belief system, trying to convert your belief system, those are sorcerers and witches. And Hawaii was full of them in the 80s. A lot of them posed as hippies. Like you see, dude, he acting like a hippie, but he don't look hippie-ish. He's a straight dude, but he done grew all his hair out. But he's an FBI or a CIA. Thinking that if he grow the hair out and grow some weed, you'll believe he's a, alternative or hippie. The whole time he's the police, a federal something. Real talk. Yeah. And they there from all over the world, like Europe, the Middle East, Russia, Israel. They all out there. I don't know about now, but I would imagine so. Hawaii's weird. That's a dangerous place if you don't be careful. Seriously. That's like a number one, I'm sure still today, that's a number one espionage hub because it's the protection of America on the West Coast. California is not. Hawaii protects the West Coast. And there's a lot of high ranking, Hawaii is all military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Hawaii, CIA, FBI, and any other secret agency. They all out there. And they try to hide as like ulterior living, like, yeah, they try to hide like free thinkers. They be straight federal agents. On the real. It's real dangerous out there. Real dangerous. They went out there and hooked them people on substance. People had all that herb, and they hooked them people on chemicals and ruined all them islands. Now it's just junkies and homeless people. I'm telling you, I was there when they was trying to do it. They was watching, make sure no green go out, but they was letting all the chemicals come in. Let the chemicals come in. Don't let the green go out. They got them all on chemicals. Man, there's so many junkies out there, you wouldn't believe it. Samoans, Hawaiians, Filipino junkies, Japanese, Chinese junkies. Yeah, they bought that stuff out there and turned them people out. Yeah, Hawaii. That's a dangerous place. Because that's the protection of the U.S. on the West Coast. It's deep. All bloodsuckers and soul seekers. I ain't kidding. Wow. She said, please do not get on the plane. They had a B threat on Atlanta emergency stop. Look, I was playing the record yesterday. I see all these rappers took the old people music. Music don't never go nowhere. It just recirculate. When music gets so old, Faith, then it becomes new. So it ain't like they stealing it, but they ain't never heard it before. So it's new. So all that music from the 60s and 70s to the babies, that's brand new. to them. So yeah, they gonna jump on that because it's brand new. Same with fashion. Soon as the certain way we wear our jeans be a long time, they're gonna be like, man, wear your jeans like this. The bell bottoms, watch bell bottoms come back. Watch all that because it's new. My daddy used to say, save your clothes. Save all your old clothes because they're going to be back in style. Save them. Save them like 20, 30 years. If you got clothes when you're like 20, save them. When you get 50, 60, they're going to be worth a lot of money. You won't be able to, if you keep that stuff, put that stuff in the cleaners, they're going to want to buy that because that's going to be the authentic ones. Imagine if I had elephant bell jeans, bell bottoms, and all that stuff right now. You know how much money I can make from that? What I'm still doing up. I'm waiting on you, baby. I can't sleep without you. I don't want to be your uncle, okay? I don't want to be uncle. Unc can't hit, so I guess though. Y'all ever seen the fine ass queen? You like 68. They be calling you unc. You be like, you sure ain't niece. You know what I'm saying? You ain't, I ain't looking at you like my niece. I'm looking at you as a piece. I appreciate it, sweetie cutie pie. With your extra pretty self. Oh, look at it. Oh, boy. They be calling me unc. I ain't really, you know what? I'm not really a player. I'm a one woman man. I'm not a player, but I do have I do really like to make women feel good. So it's not really a sexual thing or trying to talk to them. I just like complimenting women, making women feel beautiful. I just get off of, I think it's a noble thing. So it's just something I like to do. I like to tell women, you real beautiful. I would holler at you. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's something I just like to do. I think it's a noble thing. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a noble thing for men to make women feel like pretty and beautiful without actually sweating them. To me, I don't know. I do it all the time. I do it. I do it all in life. I do it. It be ladies. They be like 85 years old. I get on the elevator when I say, "Oh, look at you." I tell her, I swear to God, I get on the elevator. She 85 years old. I say, "Oh, hey now, boy, if you was a little bit young, you want a young man? Cause I'm 67. They be like 90. I be asking them, do you want a young man? I'll let you, you know. You know, I do that all the time. The sad thing is, I would talk to him if I'm single though. I would talk to him if I'm single. I ain't kidding. That's the bad part about it. I really would hit that. That's the only part I gotta work on. Especially right now, I'm single. I'm kind of single. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really single, but I'm kind of single. You know how a lady like you and you talking to her, so y'all ain't together all the time, that kind of thing. So you don't want her to feel like, oh, he's just playing with me. So it ain't like that, but I don't know how to explain it. It's crazy. Are you single? See what I'm saying? I don't think dudes. I don't think these men is trying to talk to these single women and try to lock them in. I don't understand that either. Like if you're a single man, why you ain't trying to lock in with, like if you're in a relationship and it don't work out, you ain't supposed to quit. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to try to get in another one. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Ladies, if you're not in a relationship, you're in a relationship and it don't work, get in another one. Like I don't understand that. Don't get in another one. Get in another one. As long as you're alive, be alive. Like why is you alive and not acting alive? I don't understand that. The last relationship is over. Get in another one. Duh. That one might work longer. They be trying to use people. You know, mm, using people for me, it seems like it's too much karma on that. Well, that ain't the type of person I am anyway. So I don't know how to do that, right? So some things you don't know how to do, right? If you ain't no snake, you don't know how to be no snake. You got to really be a snake. A snake ain't nothing you can pretend. So I ain't never been a snake. So I don't know how to do that. So I don't know how to use people. I don't know that. I don't know how to do that. That seems like that takes some training. I ain't never used nobody. So I don't know. I would be rusty. I would have to go to how to use somebody's classes and learn, and then that don't do nothing for me. So I couldn't get nothing out of that at all. I don't know how you get nothing out of that. I don't know. I don't know how you get any type of. I don't know how mistreat people, using people. I don't know what do I supposed to get from that. That's the part why I ain't never been like that. That's why you don't see no ladies talking about Pharaoh ain't this and that. I've been in a relationship didn't work out, but it didn't have nothing to do with no using or nothing like that. It's just you was together and then you wasn't. But I've never been a con man. I've never seen what's in it. Because everybody I know that's a scumbag didn't get nothing from it. I ain't never seen a scumbag win. Y'all ever seen a scumbag win? I have a scumbag's life be messed up. I ain't never seen a scumbag where you be like, oh, I want to be like that. Man, they lives be messed up. Am I tripping? Is there any scumbags that be winning? I ain't never seen a scumbag win. I ain't never seen a scumbag where you be like, oh man, that's the thing to be. You know what I'm saying? Am I tripping? Do that make sense? I've never seen it work. Has anybody seen that work? You better watch. I had an older man that was in love with this little younger thing. I mean, uh, being in young with somebody younger. Um, I mean, I could be in love with anybody. So whether she's older, whether she's my age, or whether she's younger, I could be in love. with them. But my mind gonna differentiate between lust and love. And so in my mind, lust ain't gonna never be love. That just ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? So that my mind ain't gonna be able to accept that as love. Some people can, I guess. I guess they could. I don't know. I don't know, but my mind don't work like that. Yeah, my mind's not gonna work. It's not gonna work like that. Like just because you a certain age. Uh, in most cases, if you young, it ain't gonna work. I don't think. Like I'm 68. If you ain't at least in your 50s somewhere and up, and even in the 50s, I don't see where it would work. I don't see. I don't. I don't. I know. I know. But I don't see. In reality, I don't see where it will work because we ain't gonna have that much in common. I'm gonna have to do a bunch of fake stuff trying to impress you when you're not in my age category. So I'm gonna have to do a bunch of weirdo shit for it to work. And what you want to do, I ain't gonna want to do. So I don't know how it's gonna work. Because I'm 68 and I do not want to do what I used to want to do at 48. I don't want to do that shit no more. I did that already. So even me, I couldn't even date me, the 20-year-old me, I couldn't hang with him. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't hang with him because in life you max out on things. You do it until you max out. Been there, done that. And so it's got you to me. I think in some cases, I think people can go back because they didn't max out. So they didn't max out. They was a certain age. They really didn't get everything out of that age. So even though when they get older, they still long for things that they didn't get to do at that age. So psychologically, I can see that you didn't max out at that age. So you're trying to go back and try to finish and doing things that you should have did at that age. I maxed out at every age. You know what I'm saying? I'm at there's nothing. I maxed out, so I'm not trying to go. I don't have nothing to go back. I'm trying to max out at this age now. Everything to do at this age. So I do understand that because everybody don't get to max out. Sometimes they live through a period in their life where that period sucked, right? So they never got it out their system. I know dudes like that. Yeah, he 50 something, but when he was 30, he didn't really max out. He didn't get to do everything he wanted to do at 30 or 40. So now he's 50, he's still trying to do 30-year-old shit. I think you still trying to do stuff you never got that out your system. That's the only reason you would be going back doing certain stuff or being a certain age trying to do certain stuff. You ain't get out your system. It's like a woman when the children leave and she got empty nets, right? And she going through menopause, she got empty nets. And she start acting crazy, chasing it, right? A lot of women do that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of relationships will break up because she get to the age where she feel like she getting old. She don't want to get old. She fighting it. She got empty nest. She going through menopause. And now she want a whole bunch of attention to prove she still got it. I know a lot of women ruined their life like that. And they went out there and they messed with dudes. All they did was run through them and dump them. You know what I'm saying? She was chasing it. And then they run, all these dudes run through them and dump them. And now she's late 50s, 60s, and single now for sure. Because don't nobody want to run through you no more. And you could have used them years to really lock down a serious relationship. You went out there and got passed around and got ran through. Like midlife crisis, weirdo stuff. And when you get a woman going through midlife crisis and she get out there with a bunch of men going through midlife crisis, they be a real disaster. They just be making a mess. Basically. Just making a mess. I ain't never had no midlife crisis because I enjoy my life. So I ain't never felt like I got to go catch up on no shit. So I don't feel like I missed nothing. Because I got friends my age, they feel like they missed something. You should see them. Whoa. They always dress up like a peacock. They trying to get ladies' attention. And it's like, dude. And then I got some friends my age, they get every relationship they get in be a disaster. Because they trying to be with somebody that ain't in their age category. It's not a realistic relationship. It's like an arm piece that he trying to have. And then the ladies ain't on nothing because the men is so desperate and slacking that they can't do a decent investigation about the woman, so it'd be a disaster. So they be with these dudes, they be with these young women, and these young women is sleeping with younger men they age behind their back or sometime right in front of their face. It just be a disaster. It remind me I was 40. I had got out of jail. I was fighting my case. I was in locked up for 3 months. I was fighting my case. I met this girl. My boy brought this young lady by. He had a young lady. She was a young lady. She told me she was finna be 20. She told me she was 19 finna be 20, and I was 40. But I was looking at some time, so I didn't give a damn. I'm like, I might go to prison. Let me knock everything back I could get. But she could have been my girlfriend until my case went through. But one day I went to drop off, and her mama came. Her mama say she 18 going on 19 or some shit like that. I'm like, what the hell? So I was like, girl, you gotta go to school. You girl, you better, girl. I told her, I said, listen, I'll still take you shopping and shit if you enroll in college, but you can't be my woman. Girl, go to college. Girl, you can't be my lady. What the hell? I didn't feel like she could be my lady. I was like, how's she gonna be my lady? She gonna go home and 18 and 19-year-olds gonna be trying to take her to the movie, right? Girl, I ain't finna battle. Girl, I'm not finna battle with no 18, 19, 20-year-old dudes trying to holler at you. I already was smart enough to know, no, hell no. Girl, you better go out there with them young boys or whatever. I already was smart enough. I got like psychology of benefits. I'm good with psychology. I already know. Oh hell no! I'm not finna talk to no woman that the boy want to take her to the movies in the neighborhood. Baby, bye. You know what I'm saying, girl? I'm not finna compete with no 20-year-old, 19, 20, 18, 19, 20-year-old dudes. These girls, you crazy. I was smart enough to at least know that. I'm like, You know how you got a woman, she 29, you 35. All right, you willing to make sure you compete against under 29. But you 40, you ain't finna try to compete with no 20-year-old trying. No. Girl, you need to go to the movies with dude. Okay? You need to go to movies. You need to do y'all level of shit. There ain't no way I said, hell no. I just didn't want to compete with no 19 to 20-year-olds. That just didn't make no sense to me. Girl, baby, bye. I went and got some with somebody that was, older, more mature. You gotta go. Hell no. Because it's one thing they tell you, oh, I'm 19 going 20. But it's another thing when you get around them and you see they 19 and it's like, she just wants some new sneakers. Yeah, girl, I don't want no woman want no new sneakers. You got to get with a dude that'll get you some new sneakers. I'm not sneakering. I'm too old to be getting you some new sneakers. Like you want some kitty shit. Like, I wasn't comfortable with it. I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't comfortable with it. And I never forget about 4 years later, me and my boy went to a show to see Nelly. And I seen her at the show. And I was like, ooh. When she grew up, I seen at the show as a grown lady. I was like, ooh, wait. But I wouldn't have wanted to ride that wild horse till then. You know how much I would have went through to stay with her till she got 25? Hell no. She was beautiful when she was a grown woman. I wasn't willing to wait for that though. Mm-mm. I ain't finna try to lasso you and tame you. Girl, baby, bye. I don't see how they do it. I don't see how them dudes do that. Nobody want to be bothered. Nobody ain't in that age category. You on the phone. Hey, what you doing? I'm finna go out. You finna go with Lil Raymond on the block to the movies? You know what I'm saying? Hell no. I'm on the phone mad because she tried to go to the movies with one of the little boys. Hell no. Hell no. I knew that right off the top. I'm like, nah, hell no. I'm not finna be competing with no little boys for you, girl. Baby girl, if you don't go sit down, I'll get you some sneakers. And I told her, listen, show me you enrolled in college. I'll buy you some clothes and shit. But you can't be my woman. She went to nursing school and became a nurse though. So I helped her. She did what I told her. She went to school, became a nurse, became a grown woman and stuff like that. And me, I moved on, got married, and had me a baby, and did my thing with a real one, somebody that was, the right age. Duh. I made the right move. I made another move. But I wasn't gonna. Hey, we had just started. I had just met her. So she said, take her to the Evergreen Plaza that time to get some sneakers, right? No, no. I had met another one. I had met a different chick because I didn't really. That one was. So I met a different girl. So, oh yeah, this is a good story. So that's the first young girl. I don't know. I don't think I know her age yet though. So one day I get a call on my phone. Right? This is crazy story. So one day I get a call on my phone. She said, "My name is something." I forgot what she said her name was. I'm like, "Who?" She like something. I'm like, "Where I know you from?" She said, "You gave me my net. You gave me your number like 6 months ago or something." So I'm like, "Oh yeah." She's like, "Yeah, let's hook up." So I'm like, "I don't know who this is, right?" Hey, this is a crazy story. So my boy come by. Let's go back. My boy come by one day my apartment. I just got out of jail. I was in there 4 months. I'm beating the case. I'm still fighting the case, but I'm buying out. So my boy come by with a girl and another girl. He introduced me to the girl. I started messing with the other girl a little bit. Right? I ain't been messing with the other girl nothing but about a week or two. Out of nowhere, I get a phone call on my phone. Right? This is a crazy story. So I say, hello? She said, my name is so and so, so and so. I met you at so and so, so and so. I'm like, I don't know you. So I was like, okay, I'm going to take your number. She said, let's hook up and get together. So I'm like, all right. So I get off the phone. I call my boy. I said, some chick called me, man. Talking about she know me from about 6 months ago. She want to meet me and shit. He said, be careful, Pharaoh. This sound like a stick up or a setup. I'm like, okay, cool. So I said, man, I'm gonna set up to meet her with somewhere. Buddy, you come with me, right? So we have a couple things on us in case it go crazy, right? So I call her back. I said, yeah, we meet at the gas station. Blah blah blah. So I go pick up my boy. We go meet at the gas station. Fine though. So I'm like, all right, cool. She said, you don't remember me? I'm like, no. Anyway, cool. I got her number. She got my number. So I said, I'll call you tomorrow. So I call her the next day. Bye. Blah, blah, blah. She come, she come to my apartment. I think somebody dropped off. She had my apartment. Right? So she had my apartment. So she say, take me to Evergreen Plaza because I want to get me some shoes. So I'm thinking, she think I'm finna go buy her these shoes. So I'm thinking I'm gonna take her to the plaza. We're gonna go in this shoe store. She gonna be looking at shoes and I'm gonna be looking, but I ain't finna buy them, right? Boom, I drive her to the mall. She fine though. I drive her to the mall. And when I get to the mall, we parking in the park lot. She get on the phone. She said, hey, girl, where y'all at? Right? She said, some, we get out the car. When we walk in the mall, the girl she was talking to was my girlfriend's sister. So the other young girl I just met. So when we walk in the mall, the other girl I had met say, "Oh, Pharaoh, I'ma tell." I ain't gonna say her name. I'ma say Lynn. I'ma tell Lynn. She run and she go get the other girl I'm messing with, and they run up on me, and come to find out this girl stole my phone number from the girl I was talking to, and the girl told me this was her cousin. You can't make this. Her cousin stole my phone number from her. She must have been bragging about what I got, my car, my money, or whatever. And she called me and tell me she's some girl been met me and take me to the mall knowing, I swear to God, she had me take me to the mall and was on the phone with my girlfriend's sister. And when I walk in the mall, her girlfriend say, "Ooh, Pharaoh, I'ma tell Lynn." And Lynn was there and came up, and it was a big old ruckus in the mall. I'm confused. Oh, my soul. She had stole my phone number from her cousin to take me from her cousin. Oh, my soul. I walk in the mall, and there's three girls. There's my girlfriend, her sister, and this girl. And they're like, and the girl told me, you all this. I'm confused. I swear to God, you can't make this up. So that girl, I had to take her back. I don't know what she told me. I took her back, and I'm like, oh, you got to bust it down now? You done did all that. So I knocked that back and then let her leave. Girl, get the hell out of here. I hit it, though, but I was like, she was fine, but I can't trust your stinking ass. Yeah, I took her back. I was like, hey, you know what? You definitely got to bust it down now. You tripping. What was that? I hit it. She got up. She washed up. I said, get out. And so now the other one is mad. But the whole time, I'm like, oh, this the kitty bang bang. I'm thinking, no, this some kitty shit. Listen, I'm looking at 8 to 40. I got serial criminal cases. Listen, ladies, I don't got time for kitty bang bang. She gotta go. You gotta go. Y'all gotta go. Yeah, this ain't it. Yeah, this okay. Y'all got me in some. They got me in some. They got me in some freshman and sophomore college shit. I'm like, okay. I got a serious case I got to deal with. Y'all, I can't. You cannot make this shit up. I walked in the mall, and the girl she was on the phone with was my girlfriend's sister. To my old Pharaoh, I'ma tell Lynn. Lynn run up the stairs. Girl, what is you doing, my man? I'm looking like this. What is this? Cheetahs? You know, this an episode. I'm expecting Joey Greco to come out. I'm like, what the hell kind of shit is this? Girl, you done stole my phone number. And so I went and told my boy, I told you it was something funny to that. I said, that girl had stole my phone number from her cousin. And had me take her where she knew her cousin was at and had her cousin's sister meet us when we walked in the mall. The girl was laid right there. She said, oh, Pharaoh, I'm going to tell Lynn. I wish I could see my face. I'm looking like, first off, tell her what? I ain't even fucking with this girl. That's another thing. I wasn't fucking with the girl. I didn't really like the girl. That's another thing. I didn't like the girl. I was taking the girl to the mall to play the girl. Cause my thing was she think I'm finna take her to the mall and buy her some shit. All right, let's go to the mall. Well, I wasn't finna buy her shit because I didn't like that. I didn't like her. I didn't like her, Faith. I didn't like her. Cause it's like, I don't even know you. And you talk about, she talking about take her to the mall so she could buy, she need to buy some sneakers. And I'm thinking, she thinks she finna go and she think I'm finna buy them. So I was on some bullshit anyway. I didn't want to sleep with her or nothing. Cause I hadn't even got to the point to know if I like her soon as you telling me you want to go to the mall to get you some sneakers. I know you lying. You thinking you're going to go in the mall, look at these sneakers, and I'm going to buy them. So I was really on some going to the mall to prove and let her look at the sneakers and not buy them. That's what I was on. I wasn't on nothing with her. Facts. If it was, I'd tell y'all. I'd be like, yeah, I was going to take her to the mall. No, I was strictly going to the mall to watch her play this out. I want to see this play out. I wanted to see her try to go pick some sneakers, and I wanted to see how she was going to try to get me to buy them. So that's the reason I went. I was like, yeah, let's go. I'm going to go up here and buy me some shit. Because I wouldn't even went if I wasn't going to buy nothing. I said, yeah, I need to go up there and get some anyway. Well, if she would, the thing was, I wasn't worried about her setting me up with some dudes. Yeah, because I had just got the kind of jail and I was stressing that I was strapped. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, the dudes it would have went bad. I wasn't in the county jail because I wasn't I wasn't no nice guy. So the dudes it would have went bad. I'm the monster. I wasn't looking at 8 to 40. I didn't feel nothing. I felt I didn't feel there was no dudes. I felt that she was telling me take her, she want to get some shoes. And I felt like she was going to walk in there and him and haul about the shoes to see if I'm going to buy them. That's what I thought. I wasn't thinking about no dudes or nothing. I'm thinking, oh, she thinks she going to go in the mall. She said she going to get some shoes. She think I'm a fool. And she thinks she going to just look at shoes. And then I'm a volunteer to buy them. So I was on some, well, let me go up here and get me something anyway. And I'm not buying you shit. Faith, that's what I was on. I was like, what? All right, yeah, let's go to the mall. I wanted to see how she was going to get these shoes. Because at that point, I just didn't like her at all. I only knocked her back because she played me. I wasn't going to sleep with that damn girl. I wasn't going to sleep with that girl. I was like, I didn't like that. Like, oh, you going somewhere? Why don't we go up to the mall? Because I want to get me some shoes. And I was like, here we go with this bullshit. You want to you got to get you some shoes? Yeah. I said, okay, I'll go up there and get me some. All right. I'm saying, oh, I already see what this is. She going to walk in there. She going to pick up different shoes. I was being bogus because I was going to make her go through that. I wanted to see her get the shoes, try them on. These is nice. So I could say, yeah, get them. So I was foul because I wanted to go. I wanted to buy something too. I was going to buy me something. And I just really wanted to see her pick up the shoes and put them on and say these fit. And I wanted to see the transition. You know what I'm saying? So I was foul because I couldn't wait to see the transition. I wanted to see how she was going to try to get me to buy them. Girl, I wasn't gonna buy them damn shoes. Ain't no way. I wasn't gonna buy them shoes because one thing I ain't no trick. And that happened, and we left, and she never got the shoes. And I knocked her back out and sent her home and never talked to her no more. Good morning, America. Love from Las Vegas right now. I stay by the Air Force Base. Been quiet since dude in Israel. Oh, I ain't seen that story. I'll check it out. Let's take a break. Let's take a break and we'll finish. Boy, I wasn't gonna buy her nothing though, on my soul. I ain't lying. Try to run a game on me. Boy, look. I don't be telling my business, but I'll tell y'all another part to that story. So this the young girl, she's 19. I'm out of jail. I don't want to be with my ex no more because it was just too much. This is my wife, so I'm ready to divorce her because I ain't gonna get into that because I don't want to tell her business. Right? So it's her. I ain't with her. It's the young girl I just met. She need to go to school. I ain't feeling her. Right? I ain't feeling her. So I meet this other queen. This the one I end up being with a long time, right? So I meet her. So I'm with her. My ex, the girlfriend that's 19, she too young. So she called me because something going on at her mama's house and shit. So I go to pick her up, take her to get her a hotel room so she could stay because her mama tripping. I ain't interested. I already told her, you can't be my woman. I'm not sleeping with you or none of that, right? Take her, get her a hotel room so she can stay. She gonna call her sister. Her sister gonna come stay with her. I'm gonna go back to the new queen that I'm talking to, right? All this time, I'm fighting the case 8 to 40. So I don't even know if I'm gonna even be a free man. So I ain't even stable. So check this out. I get to the hotel, boom. She in the room, she laying on the bed. I'm on the phone with my boy. Her sister on the way. I'm finna leave. It's a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. I'm thinking it's her sister. I open the door. It's my ex-wife at the door. I don't know how she found me at this hotel. She busts in the room. She on the phone with my new queen talking about you cannot make this shit up. He over here with this B. How you got her number and why is you talking to her and how you know I'm here with her? What the hell's going on? Like women is what y'all is FBI agents? I swear to God, I get a knock at the door. The girl laying on the bed in all her clothes. We ain't on nothing. I'm finna leave. Knock on the door. I'm thinking it's her sister. Let her in so I can leave. So you know I ain't on nothing. I'm thinking it's her. That's why I open the door. I open the door. It's my wife that I'm trying to get rid of on the phone with my new girlfriend that I'm with because this one is too young. This one is too young. I'm not finna be with you. I'm with this one. She on the phone with that one. He over here. They wasn't, I don't know what the hell, I don't know what that was about. That wasn't no fighting for me. That was just weirdo shit. Cause it was, that was just weird. That was just weird. That was just weird. I said, what the hell what kind of weirdo shit is this? Why is you stalking me? How the hell you know where I'm at? Which was suspicious. Because I was living way up in the city. How you know I'm out here in the suburbs at this, how do you know where I'm at? I should have asked her that one. I'm going to have to call her one day. I think she just moved back from Mexico. I'm going to call her one day. Hey, that time you came to the hotel, how the hell you knew I was at? And I really wasn't on nothing, because if I was on something, I'd tell the real story. I always tell the real story. But I was over there, I was finna hit that. I would tell the real story, but it wasn't like that. I was trying to help her get away from her mother's house. It was already clear we ain't finna be a couple. That's the only reason I was with somebody else, because I felt like she was too young. So it wasn't like I was juggling this one, and this one. That one I wasn't with, she knew it. This one I was with, but she was too young. So it was clear I wasn't gonna be with her. So it wasn't like, oh, I was juggling, because I wasn't gonna be with her. I wasn't really into the young one like that. I knew who was weird. Which one are you talking about? I knew who was weird. None of them was weird. They was all queens. What do you mean weird? None of them was weird. I said it was weird that they found out where I was at. Man, what you talking about? They was all really good ladies. I said, what you mean weird? Where'd you get that? What part of the story did you get that from? None of them was weird. I said the story was weird. Where'd you get that from? You just say anything, huh? No, none of them was weird, bro. None of them was weird. They were normal ladies. Yeah, none of them was weird, man. They was all normal ladies. The ex I was breaking up with, she was normal. She wasn't weird. There was just some other issues I didn't want to deal with. And the young girl, she wasn't weird. She was just too young. She was just too young. I liked her, but I didn't really like her that much because she was too young. Like the one I took to the hotel room, like I didn't really like her. Because I had just met him. You know how you meet somebody and then you hang out and you date and then you like them more and more and more. I never got to like her more and more and more because she was too young. So it never turned into love or not. Like I never liked her. Because for once she told me she was a different age. And once I found out she was like the one that knocked on the door was my ex, she wasn't weird either. I don't know what that was about. She was cool. The one that knocked on the door was cool. I don't know what that was about. I don't know what that was about either. Cause you gotta understand, man, I had just got out, I was in the county jail for 4 months. So I hadn't been around her either. I hadn't been around her either, but I was extremely upset with her. And I was really upset with her because she opened up the door and let the police in. I could have got 8 to 40. You know what I'm saying, man? So that's why my ex that came there, that's why we wasn't getting along. Cause I was just pissed. Cause I felt like she could have got me 8 to 40. Like, what the fuck you open the door for? Like that. It was like something else. It was some other hustle shit. The reason I was just turned off from her. It might not have been right, but that's just how I was at the time. I was like really pissed with her. I was pissed. I was pissed with her. Right? So I was really pissed with her, man, because I feel like, you know what I'm saying? I felt like she was doing too much. She wasn't really paying attention. She was doing too much. I could have got 8 to 40 years. You know what I'm saying? Because you not focused. You already know what I'm doing. You know what's going on. Don't open the goddamn door. So I was pissed with her because when you with a woman and sometimes she got a bunch of mouth back and forth, right? And they got a bunch of mouth. And then something happened and now you ain't so smart no more. And now you ain't got no mouth and now you ain't so tough. That's too much. I ain't got no problem with you got mouth and back and forth, but then when something happens, keep that same energy, keep it gangster. But all of a sudden you fold like that. Like, what the hell wrong with you? Make them kick the damn door open. They ain't had no warrant or nothing. What is you doing? So I was just lost in, I had just lost interest like that. Cause it's like, when you're a woman, you with a man, you gotta listen and you gotta let us lead. You gotta let us lead. If we lead, you gotta let us lead. And you gotta follow direction instead of you know everything and then when shit hit the fan, you don't know nothing. So I was just like, okay. You know what I'm saying? The work was in the safe though. But the thing is, come on, man. The police was some crooked police. They knocking at your door. Let them kick the motherfucker down. You could have went and got the shit and threw it in the fucking toilet while you sitting there. What the fuck? They can't get in. They can't get in. You got metal doors. Let them knock at the damn door. Go flush this shit down the damn toilet. Or just don't do nothing. One or the other. You ain't got to do nothing if you ain't no criminal. But don't open the damn door. Why you opening the door? They could have did anything to her and my daughter because these was crooked Harvey police that was doing all type of criminal behavior. She could have got unalive, to be honest with you. I don't know, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Let me say, because I think you just over here with some weirdo stuff. Yeah, you just say anything, bro. You know what I mean? So I was just like, okay. Um, and it was more than that. That was just a straw that broke the camel's back. It was more than that. But I ain't gonna tell her business and our business. But it was more than that. You know what I'm saying? It was more than that. But that was like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? Plus, if you're looking at 8 to 40, you ain't planning no future with nobody anyway. At that point, what future? You know what I'm saying? The only thing you plan is your next court date. And so when you got a case like that and you pay your bond and get out and you're looking at 8 to 40, man, there is no plans. Our plans is canceled. You feel me? There is no future. So it's kind of hard to be thinking about a marriage or any of that shit like that. So I didn't have no future plans anyway. For no marriage or nothing. My only thought is I'm gonna beat this case, and if I don't, how much time they gonna give me? Because if they give me 40, I would have just got out. Who knows when? Like 4 or 5 years ago. What was that? You know what I'm saying? Now I wasn't a ladies' man. Those was women I really liked. I was never running around with women. These was women I really liked. It wasn't like I never hopped from women to women. I always been in long relationships. But that relationship, if you get in trouble, you're looking at 8 to 40. You really don't have no relationship goals at that point. Everything is canceled. So I really, like okay, you get married. It's day one, day two, day three, day four, day five, day six, day seven, like that, right? Now, if you get busted and you go to the county, I'm in the county 4 months. So I ain't already around her. She just had my daughter. I'm not around them for 4 months. When I get out, I'm looking at 8 to 4. I got to fight a case. So your mind, like in that world, your mind, you ain't no future for you to. I bonded out. I didn't get 4 months. I was locked up 4 months. So I paid my bond, bro. Then I had to fight the case. I didn't get 4 months. I got arrested and I was locked up for 4 months. I was locked up for 4 months. Uh, Ruben, I was locked up for 4 months. I was locked up for 4 months. My bail was 250,000. No, my bail was my bail was 250,000. 25,000 to get out. I had the 25,000, Ruben, right? But I felt like I can't sell them. I can't tell them I'm not selling if I come up with 25,000 plus anything over 10,000. They call the IRS. So if I had my wife bring 25,000 to bail me out, they could have took the 25,000, charged me with tax evasion, and put another case on me. So I can't tell them I'm not selling substances and get them no 25,000. So I didn't pay the bail. I sat in there. I sat in there, went to court 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Then they lowered my bail to 15,000 to 150,000 from 250,000. My bail was 250,000. They lowered my bail to 150,000. Then I had which is $15,000 to walk. Then I had my mother bring 5,000, my sister bring 5,000, and my wife bring 5,000. And I paid my bill. That way, nobody bought 10,000 because anything over $9,999, you got to tell the IRS. So I had 3 checks for 5,000. That way nobody had 10,000. And it made me look broke because I wanted to look broke. So I could say that's not my stuff. I can't tell them I'm not a big dealer and get them no goddamn $25,000, right? I'm smart. So I'm like, no, I can't say it's not my stuff. I'm not doing that. Come up with no 25 racks. That's stupid. So I just sat in the county. I'm not giving y'all, I ain't got it. That's not me. I didn't do it. That's not my stuff. They dropped it to 150. I had 3 people bring 3 checks for I had 3 people bring 3 checks for 5,000 each, and I walked. Yeah, hell yeah, Ruben. They didn't call me with 9 zips, then a zip and a half for hard, then a bunch of LBs, and then some illegal weapons and shit. My bail, 250,000. What fool would walk in there and give them 25,000 but say you ain't? No. I sat in the county, deal the cards. It's not my stuff. I don't got 25,000. I'm broke. 1 month. We need a bail reduction. No, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months is just like, okay, he really ain't got no money. 150,000. I'm out. So as he dropped it to 150, my daddy bought 5, my wife bought 5, my sister bought 5. Boom. So that's why I sit in there 4 months. To prove that I ain't doing nothing. I'm broke. That ain't my stuff. That ain't my stuff. I don't got no money. If I was really doing that, I would have money. I wasn't going to get him no 25. I was in there with a Mexican. He had a bond for like, a lot of money. His wife bought the money. They arrested her and took the money. So did. His wife came in there with like 20, 25,000 and bonded her. They cuffed her, took the money, charged them for that, for the money too. Hell yeah. Because anything over $9,999, they got to tell the IRS. Then when I got out, I had the copies of them checks. I took my bail money. I started my record label. So that way, when the IRS want to know how I started my record label, I had the bail to show that was my mama and their money, because it really was their money, because my wife gave it to them. So it really was theirs at that time. It wasn't like she just I told her, give them the money so they can have it, so they can take care of business. And if something happened, they could bail me out for legal purposes. On this YouTube. People be on this YouTube telling on themselves. Although it's past the statute of limitations, though. So I'm still good. But I wasn't going to get them no $25,000. So I just sat in there for a month. And then I had my ex get an apartment. And when I got out, I never went back to the house because they was on me out there. So that's why we became estranged, because I ain't going back out there. And then I was mad at her. I was like really just not in a good space. because I was like pissed with her because I felt like she was doing too much arguing with me and shit like that. And then when it was time for her to show all this motherfucking mouth, she choked. You know, if you're a woman, you with a man, and you're doing all this jaw jacking, and you know every goddamn thing, but then something happened and you don't know nothing all of a sudden, what we supposed to think? You know every goddamn thing until it's time to know something. So that was like a turnoff. You know what I'm saying? That was a big turnoff. Because how you know everything 1 minute and now you don't know shit? Make it make some sense. That's why a lot of times women should shut up when they're dealing with a man because you ain't built like that. You ain't built like, unless he's a goofy. She was just doing too much. I told her, I said, listen, bring me some herb up here to the jail. Just a couple of joints. I got a piece of plastic. When you come visit me, go all the way on the end. I'm going to slide the piece of plastic. You can put the little weed in there and stick it back through. I mean, a joint. Right? She come with my daughter and my son to visit me. We go to the end. I slide the little piece of plastic through. Say, put the weed in here and slide it. Because it's at the end, the glass stopped in the wall there. And the brothers had learned how to take a little piece of, the brothers had learned how to take a piece of plastic like this and fold it like this, right? And she put a little bit of weed in there and then slide it between the plexiglass, right? So I told her, just bring me a joint. So she come in the end. I say, what's up? I say, you brought it? I stick the plastic. She said, I put it in the shoes. What? Now, this was the evening time when the black lieutenant is there searching because she bought me clothes. The lieutenant there with the dogs. That's 7 years off the top and the case. So it's 7 years off the top and the case. So they could have grabbed her, my daughter, and my son. I said, what? She's like, I put it in the shoes. I said, okay, leave. I'm trying to get her to hurry up and leave before they search the shoes. Leave. I go in the hallway. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they arrested them or whatever. Oh, shit. All of a sudden, the guards and them come around the corner with my shoes and T-shirts and stuff. They give it to me. So now I'm nervous. I'm thinking it's a setup. I'm thinking they wait till I get upstairs, they're going to bust me. I get upstairs. My boy that knew I was going to get the joint, he done told everybody, another loser, right? I come in with my shoes and stuff. We go in one of the open tips. We go in the little room. When I pull the bottom of the shoe up, it's a whole ounce in that one. And it's a whole ounce. She done bought 2 whole ounces of weed. And they got, I said, a joint. She done bought. She put 2 ounces in the shoes. And you want to know, okay? I mean, she thought she was looking out for me, but girl, follow directions. And what I'm supposed to do with this in here? They search. So I told my boy, here, man, I took a couple of joints. I told my boy, you can have this. You sell it. send the money home, get paid what you can have it. I gave it to my boy. I gave it to one of the foes. I said, here, bro, you can have it. I gave him the 2 zips. You can have that, bro. You can have that. I'm not trying to go to jail in jail. What I'm gonna do? Call my mom and say, Mama, I went to jail in jail. And sure enough, he gave it to one of the dudes that delivered the trays for the county so he could bag it up and sell it throughout the jail. Dude took it and got caught with it. The dude he gave it to that was down on the next floor, that dude delivered the food, got caught with all that in his damn cell. You can't make this up. And when my book come out, it's going to be fire. That's all I can say. That ain't nothing. I got stories. And then I had the little thing, and I'm in my cell, and when I smoked it, hell no. My boy, I gave it to him. I don't know what. I gave it to him. No. I gave it to him, told him he could do whatever. I didn't want to be bothered with that. I was doing big stuff in the street. I don't want no little sell no bags in no damn county jail. And then he gave me the little joint. And when I lit that, I was so paranoid. I'm blowing baking powder. I said I couldn't even enjoy my high, not in jail. I threw that in the toilet. How the hell I'm gonna smoke in here and get a case in here on top of a case? That's 7 years. Well, I'm already looking at 8 to 40. Why would I want another 7 on? I'm just gonna make sure that's gonna make sure I don't beat my case. Basically. I threw that, I flushed that down the toilet. I was too paranoid. You can't make this up. I was too paranoid. I said, boy, throw this. I ain't enjoying this high anyway. Flush this down the toilet. Hey. Oh, my soul. So that's that. I hope y'all enjoyed this conversation. There's a lot. I covered a lot. Support the channel. Make a donation. Super Chat, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Working on a novel, trying to get the book done on my life story. It's going to be fire. I ain't told none of the real crazy. I haven't told nothing yet. Wait till you hear the whole life story. It's unbelievable. Definitely New York Times bestseller. But for the young brothers out there, stay out of trouble, stay out of jail. Because it ain't nothing but a headache from the beginning to the end. The worst thing you can do in your life is get locked up with a bunch of illiterate people. They're not all necessarily bad, but most are very undereducated. And they're doing the best they can. You know what I mean? So you don't want to get locked up. You don't want to be doing crimes. If you're not extremely smart and if you're not extremely dangerous yourself, and if you don't have like leadership skills or the type of skills to make you not be obnoxious and hated, If you're an asshole, say the wrong things, you ain't gonna make it in these county jails or in prison. You can't be no jerk off just saying anything out your mouth. And a lot of the young men now, you don't got it. You going something bad gonna definitely happen to you because you don't know how to be quiet. You say the wrong things. You can't be yip yapping in these county jails and in these prisons. Zip it. Everybody's already frustrated. So you have to be a defrustrator, not a frustrator. You have to make men take their mind off of being in prison or jail, not become frustrated in prison and in jail. You have to be a benefit verbally. You have to be somebody when they talk, you ease their mind, not irritate nobody. I'm just saying, prison, I ain't never been to prison, but I know for a fact, because the Cook County Jail is worse than prison. In the Cook County Jail, brothers trying to go to prison, they can't wait to get out to Cook County Jail. They say prison is better. So in those type of situations, when you locked up with a bunch of hostile individuals, some very uneducated, some very violent, some quick to anger, your psychology game and your mouth, it's got to be, you got to know what you're doing. You got to know when to speak, when not to speak. And you really got to be a monster, not know all this pretending. No, you tough. Tough won't get it in there. You going to jail thinking you tough, that's going to go bad. You can't be tough. You got to be basically a monster. Monsters aren't tough. Monsters are just monsters. Mind your own business, basically, and keep your mouth shut unless you know what to say. I was a benefit because I was like the TV. I was somebody that brothers will listen to and forget that they're in prison. Or in jail. So I'm highly liked in them situations because I take their mind off of being in jail. You understand? I'm like the TV. So brothers be in there and I kick it in. They like, for real, and ease their mind. They feel, you know what I'm saying? It take the relief off and make it like they not in jail. I take their mind off of being in jail and make it enjoyable, entertaining, knowledgeable. So the time pass when I'm locked up with brothers. I help your time pass. See what I'm saying? So I was valuable. And I know when to talk and when not to talk. And I wasn't in there because I was a Boy Scout. I was in there because I was considered extremely dangerous. I wasn't cool. I wasn't in there because I was cool. The business I was in, you have to really be that in that particular business. And if you do find yourself in that situation, do anything to win. Uh, whatever you got to do to win. So if you have to lull a dude to sleep to win, then it is what it is. Avoid confrontation. And, Don't be talking unnecessarily. Read the room. Read the other brothers. You know what I'm saying? But mostly stay out of there. Go legal. Don't be illegal. You know? Don't illegal crime and stuff. It ain't gonna pay off most times because you ain't gonna find enough people that's smart enough to make sure that you can get away with the crimes. People snitch. People talk too much. Somebody else will get you arrested. You sell somebody something, then he go get caught with it. Then he ain't built like that. And then he say, "Oh, I got it from Pharaoh." And they say, "Okay, go get some more. We'll sit outside." They come back a couple of days, get some more. Soon as they walk outside, the door get kicked open. See what I'm saying? Because they didn't got caught. They don't want to lose their job. They don't want to lose what they got going on. They sell you down the goddamn river. So you really can't win because you're depending on everybody else. You depend on everybody else to stay out of jail, stay out of prison, and everybody else ain't. They gonna tell. They gonna sell you out. You're gonna do so much time, you might as well work the job. I know dudes, they do 3, they get out. Then they do 2, they get out. Then they do 4, they get out. Sometimes they eventually mess up. Now they get 15. So you did 2, you did 3, you did 4, then you do 15. Because you just keep going in there for different crimes. Like that crime stuff, that ain't it. Get you a job, get you a trade, and do something legal. You know what I'm saying, brothers? Do something legal. Don't do no crimes. Because the people you're around, they ain't built like that. They're gonna get you. They're gonna get you a lot of years. And if you go to jail, you go to prison, you in there with a lot of very unintelligent people that don't know much, that really didn't pay attention in school, like really, really low IQ. There be a lot of good brothers, but very low IQ, very little education, very little. The things you take for granted that you know, you go in the jails and the prisons, you'll be surprised. I don't know. There's some brothers don't know nothing, can't even read like small words. I ain't kidding. There's people with mental disabilities, mental sickness, crazy. There's people with all kind of phobias, all kind of anxiety, all type of built-in hate. It's crazy. That's why they got gangs in there, because that's the only thing keep law and order. You didn't have gangs in there, you couldn't be in there. Gangs is like the police. You can't mess with dude, one of us. Was you crazy? Like that. All right, so that's what's up with that. Y'all enjoy your day. I'm gonna find out what's going on with this situation in Iran. And you know what it is, positive energy all the time. Stay positive, stay positive, stay positive. G's up.